Hello, everybody. Welcome to this primary stream, June 2nd, 2026. We've got a fully loaded batch of states today. We've got 6 of them. So it's going to be a pretty full primary night. And should we have some poll closings in New Jersey at the top of the hour? So we'll let it fill in here. And we're starting, I think we're right on time. And we've got New Jersey. We've got Montana. We've got Iowa. We've got New Mexico. South Dakota, the big one, California on the West Coast. That's going to be in a few hours. So here we go for another primary stream. And at least we've got a lot of action here today. These are some of the key races. According to New York Times, California governor, LA mayor. We've got a lot in California. That's going to be the big one. But of course, there's some other ones here. Iowa action, a little bit in Montana, a little bit in New Jersey as well. So we're kicking things off and we'll see what happens. Hopefully, we have a nice stream. Hopefully, everybody stops by. We get 10 million people in here. You know, the usual. So, yeah, polls. Welcome aboard here. NCL official. New Jersey and South Dakota first. Is South Dakota? That's 9 p.m. Eastern. But yeah, a little bit of action there as well. So we'll be focused on New Jersey here. More of the action, a couple of U.S. House primaries, that kind of thing. But there is a Senate race, and I haven't really paid much attention to this one because it just doesn't seem like it's going to be competitive in the general at all. But Republicans are going to put up somebody against Cory Booker. And that person's going to lose to Booker, very, very likely. I think Alex Zidane is the favorite, but we'll see what happens. So here we go. We're doing another stream. I think this is the 5th one in a row. I think next week I might be missing a couple of streams, but we're going to do this one and we're going to see what happens. We're going to do a few hours. Hopefully we get some California results in, but you know, they take a long time to count. A lot of weird slow counting, mail-in ballots, that kind of thing. And there is a poll up and running right now if you want to vote in this thing about the top vote getter for California governor. Is it going to be Becerra? Is it going to be Hilton or Steyer? And right now, 47% say it's Becerra. We'll let that go a little bit longer until the polls close or whatever. But somebody voted for other. That's interesting. I wonder who that could be. Could that be Katie Porter, maybe? Is she going to just surge on election day? So we've got a little bit of action down ballot in some of these primaries. We'll see who's going to go up against Tom Keene, who's kind of been absent. And that is a potential pickup for the Dems. In a blue wave, they could totally pick that one up. And especially if Keene's been absent, that could really hurt him. Okay, polls have closed. So again, thanks for tuning into the stream early on. And we've done one every week for the last, this is 5 in a row. We're trying to cover most of the action here. So, of course, everybody's usually going to be busy. They've got work, they've got school, they've got personal stuff going on. It's completely understandable. You might have 2 or 3 or 4 other streams going as well. So we could all multitask, but the fact that you made it in here at all, that's It's appreciated. So we'll do another hangout and we'll see what we get here in terms of results. But again, 6 states, June 2nd. Big, big batch of states. New Jersey's coming right up. Then we've got Iowa, Montana, New Mexico, South Dakota, California. So we're really like right in the middle of primary season. This week, next week, there's so much action going on. So we'll see how long it takes to get some results here. Okay. Polls close 5 Pacific, South Dakota. Okay, well, I mean, according to New York Times, I don't think we're going to get anything until an hour from now. Let's see. Well, we'll double check on that. Hello, Shadow Legend. Good to see some familiar people here. It is another primary election night. Thanks for stopping by. As I'm reading these out of order for some reason, Chad Bianco is going to win. Oh yeah, I forgot about Chad Bianco. He's going to do better than Steve Hilton. Really? I mean, the polling shows him maybe about half of Hilton, so that'd be a big shock. Ronald Reagan coming back from the grave to win the primary. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, that's not impossible. It's just it's a little unlikely, but not impossible. Steve Hilton might be the most electable Republican, but that doesn't mean he's going to win. Yeah, I don't think he's going to win. I think, yeah, the days of two Republicans making it to the runoff, I always thought that wasn't really going to happen. Now it looks like it's really not going to happen. And there's a chance two Dems make it to the runoff. Becerra and Steyer, that'd be interesting. But yeah, the Hilton Bianco theory kind of fell flat. Now it most likely looks like it'd be Becerra and Hilton, but Steyer, he's not out of it. But even in the general, Republicans not really going to be able to win that one. I don't even think it would get under 10, even on a good night. But of course, who knows what will happen over the next 4 or 5 months. So waiting on results here to pop in. And actually, let's see. Try to pull up some current polling, actually. Let's try taking a look at that while we're waiting. South Carolina governor, that's a big one coming up next week. Trump endorsed Pamela Yvette, but hasn't really reflected in a couple of these polls here. She's only up by one, and that's with 17%. That's one of the most spread out races I've ever seen ever. Lindsey Graham at this poll actually only up by 10. Massachusetts could be more of an interesting primary for the Dems between Seth Moulton and incumbent Ed Markey. But let's go back here. See what we've got. Yeah, there are a lot of tabs in this one. Anyway, let's see. Oh, here we go. We've got some results in less than 1% Passaic County. Okay. Kevin Aguilar, hello. Underrated primary right now. tonight out of these 6 states. You know, the problem with answering that honestly is there's just a lot going on in California that I haven't looked into a ton. There's just too many races with the map being redrawn. It's hard to follow all that. So there could easily be something going on in California down ballot, maybe even statewide for Secretary of State, something like that. But the House races are always, it'd be something like that down ballot in the House. Could be in Iowa, could be right here in New Jersey. Those could be underrated, but for something a little bit more flashy, I would think South Dakota. I think that is probably underrated. I don't think it gets that much attention for governor in particular. This race, I think, is pretty fascinating. It's a red state. It's not really going to matter, most likely. But this one, I think, gets overlooked because it's South Dakota. But other than that, there's probably a good handful of U.S. House races to take a look at. Okay. Uh, I mean, there's just a lot of action. A lot of it's going to be forgotten about by the general. Plus, it's hard to follow so many races in depth. It's just not really something that can be done unless this was like a complete full time dedication. But a lot of these races are going to be forgotten about after today. And, there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes. It's really hard to follow so many down ballot races. New Jersey open seat. There was a ton of money pumped into it. One candidate with more funding than others. Does he win? Which race are we talking about in that one? And uh, Chad would do worse in the general election, probably. New Jersey rep hasn't attended Congress meetings in 100 days. Yeah, no one is challenging it. That's true. That is kind of that really shows you how people don't want to rock the boat at all. Um, the governor race will be a landslide in California for the Dems. Yeah, that's pretty pretty likely. You voted Tom Steyer, first place finisher. It could be Becerra. Yeah, that's true. You don't live in California. You feel like Becerra or Steyer would be better governor than Newsom. Yeah, Newsom, I saw his approval rating, and I think the Emerson poll had him up. He's above water by some. But I also saw polling for 28 showed Harris ahead of Newsom considerably. I think it's all way too early. I think a lot of that's going to change. Yeah, plot twist. I saw that, but how's New Jersey's 12th? Yeah, let's see. Is anything coming in down ballot? Let's pull up decision desk here. Let's see what we've got. We've got nothing in here but Adam Hamaway. Very heavily favored there. Um, let's that is the open seat. Yeah, that's the Bonnie Watson Coleman seat. So 12 districts here in this state, and Dems might go up big they did have, I think they had 11 out of 12 not too long ago. Then it went back to 9 to 3. But yeah, that map, not really that fair of a map, but is what it is. That's pretty much true with almost any state at this point. Okay, well, maybe Alex Zidane is not the favorite here, but let's see what we've got. Well, in Bergen County, that's the most populous county. Zidane is leading, so that could be a good sign for him. Hey, Rando, nice to see you. Clover Finder Boy, yeah, you made it. I saw you in here earlier, but yeah, that was way, way too early. But no, we're all good now. Mustang, hey, from California. That's good time to be in here for your state, at least in a few hours. Bernie Sanders is back here. That's good stuff. You want to see Becerra and Styra in the general? Okay. Um, yeah, Decision Desk. Yeah, I started using that probably a few weeks ago just to get. It's just easier to get into some of the down ballot races, and it has the market integration, and it's just a different way to contrast the white background with the black. I think it's something, you know, something to add into the streams here. You're from Missouri, okay, good stuff. Like to get a whole range of states. You think Congressman Tom Keene is in danger in New Jersey's seventh to being due to being absent? Well, yeah, I do, but I think he was already in danger because of the environment is going to be pretty blue. It's not. It's a mildly red district, and last time it was Malinowski and Keene, the Battle of the Toms, and it went back and forth. So in a blue wave, that could easily flip, but then you throw in Keene's absence, and yeah, that's going to make it even worse. So that seat could absolutely flip. Keene is a pretty powerful name, I guess, in New Jersey. I guess it still probably is. Remember when there was talk early this year and late last year where Hilton and Bianca were possibly going to lock the Dems out 50-50? Yeah, I talked about that about 5-10 minutes ago. Yeah, that really fizzled. I didn't think it was going to happen. I know at the time it seemed like there was a chance that could happen months ago, but I didn't think that would hold up. It didn't hold up. And in the last couple of weeks, there was talk about the Republicans being locked out in California for governor. And now it looks like, yeah, Becerra kind of came out of nowhere. 2 months ago, he wasn't really on the radar at all. It was Swalwell up until he completely blew it. He was the front runner, maybe Porter. Those were the two kind of front runners. And Steyer got in and he kind of made a splash, but then after everything shifted over the past few months, we're down to Becerra and Hilton and Steyer as the three main front runners. The top two are going to advance. So Cory Booker, he's going for another term here, and he's got to be unbeatable, I would think. Certainly in a blue wave. Here's the seventh. And this is going to be Tom Keene's opponent here. And I think Rebecca Bennett apparently favored according to the markets. Gavin Newsom, you're glad he's leaving. All right, well, I assume you're pulling for Steyer in that one then. Yeah, the special in California's first. Yeah, I've got that ready to go in one of the tabs. The to replace Doug LaMalfa, and that's going to be on the old map, which makes it really complicated to figure out, what's going to happen next. Trying to track everything with so many races and two different maps and a special election. It's not the easiest thing in the world to follow. But yeah, we'll see what happens in that one. But yeah, Republicans could be gaining another seat back in the House. But then there's another special election in a couple more weeks in California, I think. Will Dem versus Dem happen in California? Yeah, I did see. Yeah, Emerson did have those in the top two. It's possible. I would tend to think Hilton would get one of the spots because Republicans, in the end, probably don't want to get shut out. And Hilton had enough of a lead over Bianco. So I'm going to say Hilton gets one of the spots. I mean, anything could happen. There's not a lot of confidence here, but Becerra and Hilton, a little bit more likely than not. But if it somehow Steyer knocks out Hilton, okay, I'm not going to be shocked. Tom Steyer feels like Democratic version of Trump. Okay, I mean, in a sense, with the background of wealth and the money and the influence, that part I is true. Personality wise or personal life, maybe it sounds more like Graham Plattner and Trump as of late. If you're looking for a Dem, that might have a little bit of that background. Katie Porter tanked. She did tank. She's been trying to get to a higher office, but I don't know if I don't think she could really do it anymore. She barely won in the Orange County district, and give her credit, she won re-election narrowly, and she tried to go for the Senate, didn't happen. Now she's going for governor, and just there's too much baggage from these weird stories and weird videos, and I think probably enough voters just maybe they're tired of the antics, and they think she's maybe a little bit too out there. And also, yeah, this is maybe a good time to point out. Look at the shape of this district. Isn't this is pretty gross if you're just glancing at it to see these weird shapes that just spike in different directions. And you can see the outline here, but some ugly districts out there. And I guess it doesn't really even matter at this point. Everybody's going for the ugly maps, the extreme maps. Let's go back here. Okay. Oh, here's the 12th New York Times. So yeah, replacing Bonnie Watson Coleman. I haven't looked too closely into this one in all honesty. And another weirdly shaped district. You can see this narrow strip up here. And New Jersey, the most densely populated state, unless something's changed as of late. But that's the notable fun fact for New Jersey. Yeah, the wealth with Steyer and Trump. That's what I was saying. Definitely a gerrymander for sure. Brian Chavez, good evening. Hey, we just got going 25 minutes ago. You didn't miss much. Plenty of time to go. Whoever wins the special election will already be an incumbent. Yeah, that's fair. The east part of the district is Democratic, while the west is Republican. Okay. New Jersey is not horrible compared to Illinois and what Louisiana is about to do. Yeah, I mean, Illinois is bad. Yeah, Louisiana, I'll be taking a look at that map coming up, and it's it's not pretty, but there's only 6 districts. Only basically a couple of them are really unappealing. New Jersey's got 12 of them, and I think a lot of these districts are pretty unappealing with these weird narrow strips. Yeah, New Jersey, I think, was kind of a state that was under the radar for having a gerrymander. It didn't get all the attention. It was always Texas, it was always Florida, and I guess Illinois and New York, but New Jersey was bad. A lot of districts there. Okay, check South Dakota. Oh, okay. Nothing's popped up here in South Dakota. The 12th is an Asian influence district. That I cannot confirm. Sorry about that. You saw a poll showing Katie Porter heavily disliked by voters. I mean, I would not be shocked, especially as there's just been too many stories about Porter. I know she had that populist appeal. Maybe she still does. I don't know, but at least like a couple of years ago. But I think her personality just clashed with the electorate. She kind of ended that interview late last year. That didn't look good. There's all the weird stories with her staffers and the mashed potatoes, whatever. Iowa's districts are box. Yeah, Iowa, that it's a clean looking map, but yeah, you could still tweak it a little bit. And I think that there's no county splits in Iowa. I think some states might do that. I don't know how heavily enforced that really is, though. Every county in New Jersey is classified as urban. Okay, North Carolina, Dummy Mander. They already maxed it the first time. The first is not going to flip. The first could flip. It did get a lot redder. I think it could flip, but yeah, they're spreading out their vote there pretty thin in North Carolina for the Republicans in a blue wave. If it's a neutral environment or a red wave, of course, then that's going to hold. And yeah, Republicans risk that happening. I mean, it didn't backfire on Dems in Nevada, where they narrowly hold 3 of the 4 districts. And you thought maybe in 24, when Trump won the state, maybe in that kind of situation, Republicans could have flipped all 3 of those districts, or at least 2 of them, but they didn't flip any. So that held up in Nevada. That's another under the radar, maybe gerrymander. I mean, there's a whole ton of them out there, really. most normal district in New Jersey is probably the second with Van Drew. Yeah, I figured the South Jersey district, I think that one is pretty normal. But yeah, Van Drew, who used to be a Democrat, remember that? But he always had those suits with the stripes, the pinstripes, whatever they were. Maybe he's still doing that. I don't know. One of Iowa's districts is a box. The other three are weird shapes. Um, yeah, Iowa does have a. It did get a commission that was approved by the legislature, but Iowa Iowa's districts are mildly Republican leaning, but in any kind of a wave. Yeah, Dems had 3 out of 4 of them, I think, a few years ago, and I don't think there's any county splits, and it's certainly not what the Republicans would do if they drew the map themselves. They would just draw that to maximize all 4 districts. So the Dems are in position to win some of them. And yeah, it's not a pure box, but it doesn't have these weird tiny things that go and grab at different cities out of nowhere, like in some of these New Jersey districts. You're born and raised in a state where you hate the politics being dominated by the GOP. Texas, you wish you were born and raised in New Jersey. Okay, I mean, that's if that's how you feel, that's nobody can tell you otherwise. Louisiana, Alabama seem to be going back to their old maps. Yeah, that's what it seems like. But it's going to get crazy after this midterm. It's going to get really bad. It's bad now. It's going to get even worse. And I would hope everybody can push back on that on both sides because that's it's there. I think there's hope when both parties are affected because Dems and blue and red states, Republicans and blue states, they can agree that they're kind of getting shut out. They're getting squeezed out of their districts. The maps, they're totally unfair. And the thing is, they were a lot of them were unfair before all this happened. That's the real problem. If we just go back to what it was a year ago, yeah, that takes away the maps on steroids. But there's so many bad maps still. So it's not a great solution. You think Illinois has had good politicians, even if the state is gerrymandered? All right. The people saying Dems will lock out the GOP in California rather than the other way around. Yeah, I covered that a couple of times. Yeah, it seems like that's more likely now, and I never thought it was likely 3 or 4 months ago. It just seemed like the polls earlier in the year, or even late last year, it's just too early. So much is likely to change, and it hasn't dramatically changed. I mean, Swalwell got booted, Steyer came in, and actually Becerra did kind of come out of nowhere. But as far as the Republican side, them getting both of them, I just seemed like it didn't seem likely to me. And now it does seem like there's a chance Dems could shut out the Republicans. That's more likely for sure than Republicans shutting out the Dems. So Republicans hoping to get one of those runoff spots in the top 2. I would guess, of course, Hilton seems to be vastly polling better than Bianco. Okay. Pritzker is mid. No Louisiana map. Looks like the old one before the current map. Yeah, I will be Planning on taking a look at that in a video. If anybody's interested in that, I tend to review all the maps, so we'll see. I mean, in terms of the new maps, I mean, they're all going to be viewed as unfair. That's what it is now. It's just every map is going to be imbalanced. New Jersey, there are town splits, okay? Yeah, splitting a town. I mean, that's just, what can you say? Both sides love it and they decry it at the same time, depending on if they're benefiting or not. Larry Hogan, soon a new candidate with a bad Democrat and a red wave can make California red. Yeah, well, Schwarzenegger got it done. That wasn't a million years ago. It wasn't, a couple of years ago either, but he did get it done. And that was in 2006 when he won re-election. In 2006, that was a blue wave year. So he did it in a blue wave, and he didn't even win by just 1 point. He wasn't incumbent at that time, but still, this was California. Republicans are supposed to have no shot. Yeah, I don't know. I can't even remember who was even running in Nevada in the House in the 24 elections. It's all forgettable as we got a lead change here in this 12th district. Wisconsin has a very box district in the 5th. Okay, Iowa used to have 5, then 4. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these states had more. I think Iowa had 6, maybe even more if you go back far enough. But that's what happens. Populations, they shift. Okay, Illinois governor's arrested. Yeah. Wisconsin Supreme Court considering redistrict of Wisconsin to benefit Democrats at 20. Yeah, I heard that. And the thing, I've heard that case so many times over the past year and a half or whatever, where the courts have shot it down that they're going to redraw it. So I don't get how it just keeps happening over and over. I already thought that was, it seemed like actually it would happen a long time ago, more than a year ago. Then it didn't happen. Different courts kept saying, no, it's not going to happen. And now it's back in there again. I'm not really sure how some of these cases just keep getting back into the courts over and over. 2 days after Paxton won the runoff, Talrico hate increased and peaked due to the cultural stuff and prediction markets. Paxton in the 60s and 50s. Yeah, I saw Paxton bounced up a little bit. And yeah, I mean, the cultural stuff in Texas, that could hurt Talrico. I mean, the cultural stuff matters. You go to a blue state and you take a Republican that's out of step culturally, that's going to matter. It's going to matter. And it certainly can matter in a red state. In 2010, it's going back a little bit, but the Delaware race there for Senate, Mike Castle, Christine O'Donnell. O'Donnell didn't seem like a good cultural fit at all, and she lost, even though she won the primary. But of course, in the general, even though it was a red wave year, the cultural stuff is going to matter. It's always going to matter. Sometimes it doesn't matter as much. It depends on some of the nuance, but as important as economics are, it's not everything. I mean, some people would rather say, "Hey, I don't care about economics if I can relate on cultural issues." Ideally, you want at least some of both. Oregon's districts are bad, not as bad as Illinois. Well, Oregon has way less districts, but yeah, they do take advantage of that Portland vote, and they spread that around. And Republicans only have one there. They could even have zero after the next year. I'm not sure what the process is like exactly, but New Hampshire's Senate race would have been interesting if there was going to be a even political environment. Yeah, I still think even in an even one, I think Dems would have the edge. I mean, just federally, it just leans a little blue. And John Sununu, I'm not sure if voters really want to go back and put him back in office. And some of them might mistake him for his brother, Chris, the popular governor. But the other Chris Papp, is the likely Dem nominee. Doesn't seem like a terrible candidate, although I haven't really followed it closely. Okay. 23% of the vote in, and we've got a race here. Three candidates at 27%. The VRA Section 2 struck down. You gerrymandered Arizona, you got an 8-1 map. Yeah, I guess how crazy do these people want to get on the maps? Do they want to max out but risk several seats in a wave? I don't think they should. I think you should allow some buffer in case there's a wave. Yeah, there are some really ugly maps out there. Scott Brown lost two U.S. Senate elections. And John Sununu hasn't been in there in years. Yeah, that's right. And Scott Brown, though, he got pretty close when he ran in 14, I think that was. And he just kind of got in there for Massachusetts. And I would have thought back then that the carpetbagger thing would have been a big deal. Now it seems like Scott Brown's popularity is way lower and he doesn't really have a chance. But back then, when he was newer to the state, he almost won. And he did win in Massachusetts, that's a total mind blowing win. Him and Doug Jones in Alabama, they should team up. California 2000 still decently conservative. Yeah, they did pass the gay marriage ban. Yeah, I mean, California is interesting. I know that they also declined to get rid of their affirmative action ban recently. That was not that long ago. And they're going to be weighing in on an amendment or a ballot measure for that, the billionaires tax. I think something like that, the 5% thing. And you'd think that they would easily do it. But some of this stuff doesn't happen. Ohio, maybe Alaska goes blue before Maine. I don't know. I mean, Maine is clearly the bluest state out of those, and Alaska is. It's kind of an independent type quirky state, especially with the top four primary. It just makes it a little bit more complicated. I know Maine has ranked choice, but with so many candidates in Alaska, especially two Dan Sullivans, that makes it really complicated. Ohio had, Sherrod Brown. He just lost to Bernie Moreno, and he's kind of old. He's not a bad candidate, but he's a tainted candidate. And even if he won again, he's got to go up again in 2 more years. It just seems, it seemed like it'd be a rental, even if Brown won it. 3 or 4 lead changes in the 12th. Man, we got some close races here. And nothing in South Dakota. Uh, Ruben Gallego being the 28 nominee, you think he'd be the second best nominee? Well, Gallego, he did just get in there recently. Plus, there was some potential scandal about him related to Eric Swalwell. I don't know if that's going to go anywhere. But Gallego, he's not a bad guy. I think he'd be probably better as a VP pick because he's just kind of fresh. I think you'd want to have somebody a little bit more substantial or established going in there. But I could see Gallego being a VP pick. Steiner Bros. Yeah, what happened to Steiner? He was leading for a little while, and then didn't it? He didn't hold it. We'll see what he does. Hopefully, if we actually get results in California, because you know how they take forever. I mean, we easily might not get answers in the LA mayor's race, some of these House races for governor. We might not know because we can't sit here forever, and they could take possibly weeks if it's close getting all these mail ins. Delrico hate seems to have calmed down. I mean, it's all so early. I'm gonna wait till probably, yeah, post Labor Day, probably October. It's just really hard to have a lot of confidence in what's gonna happen. We'll follow it, but it's momentum could change several times over the next 4 or 5 months. Utah has one of the fair maps. Yeah, that one is. It's going to be in the fair category for sure. Going by the partisan lean, probably I'll review the maps again after the midterm, assuming I'm still making videos. If I am, I'll crunch the numbers. We'll see which map was the most imbalanced, like I've done the past 2 elections. Grand Platner drama, yeah. It There's baggage with Platner. It hasn't seemed to matter too much, but I don't know what to expect out of that race because Susan Collins, again, she's the moderate Republican. That's the only way to really label her in the grand context of everything. And that state is kind of blue federally. Collins has totally been in there forever. She massively defied the polling 6 years ago. And I don't know if Planner is going to be a little bit too much for some of these lighter Dems, more independents. Who knows? It's wide open. But I did have Plattner edging it out in my last prediction, which was up yesterday. But I'm not sold on that one at all. And yeah, more could come out about Plattner. Is it going to matter? Probably not a ton, but you never know what. You got to go case by case. Same thing with Paxton. Is all that going to matter? Maybe a little for some voters, but overall, because that state is redder, probably not a ton. Just like Plattner in Maine, probably not a ton. But there's going to be a breaking point for everybody. You don't think Plattner is a strong candidate? Okay. Hey, rather 100 Plattner senators than single Susan Collins. Well, yeah, the Dems, they need to get some outsiders in there and shake it up a little bit. And it's tough, you know. I know once anybody is going against the establishment on either side, they're going to get a barrage of attacks. And you've got to try to figure out which ones are worth taking a look at, worth factoring into your vote. Because there's going to be smears out there. You made a Georgia U.S. House map 12-2 with 24 results, and the closest R was Trump plus 11. I saw a map. Maybe I think that was yesterday. I did see a Georgia map. I think it was a 12-2 map. Maybe it was the same one. It was on. I think it was on Reddit, and it was on Dave's redistricting also. But if it's Trump plus 11 at all of them, if the Republicans drew that map, they should be safe, right? But these extreme maps, yeah, they're not fun. Paxton and Talrico have controversies, but most politicians are somewhat controversial. That's how politics works. Yeah, that's fair. So 96 election pointless. Well, I don't know what pointless means in that context, but yeah, it's hard to know what you mean on that one. Certainly had all the impeachment stuff with Clinton after that. Talrico's controversies are weaker than Paxton's. Yeah, I'm not even sure the extent of Paxton's controversies and his baggage, but you know how much baggage matters. I've clearly it can end a campaign, but you know you've got Trump in there. He's got all the baggage. Jay Jones in Virginia, AG, had that scandal with the texting, the violent text. That didn't stop him. But you got Mark Robinson in North Carolina. His baggage completely derailed him. He face planted. So it all depends. Yeah, I am not a witch. Yeah, there you go. Like that seems like that was a personal slash cultural thing, and that doomed O'Donnell. I mean, there's more to it, but that was apparently a big deal at the time. Steyer is a candidate you root for and support. He's a shake-up candidate. I mean, there's appeal with outsider shake-up candidates on both sides. Keep the establishment on their toes because I think people are kind of tired of politics as usual. Did I hear New Mexico? There could potentially be no Republican on the ballot for Senate. Yes, and apparently there's a write-in campaign, and that one Republican has to meet a certain threshold, and then he will be on the ballot, I guess, in the general. So yeah, I did hear about that. It's embarrassing for the Republicans there. Not that they were really going to do anything in that race anyway in this kind of environment, but that is definitely embarrassing. Is a 2008 election a landslide? You know, it's close. It's a semi landslide. It just depends how you want to look at it. Of course, when you think landslide, you're thinking Reagan 84, you're thinking Nixon 72. Those are the clear, like, absolute blowouts. But I wouldn't fight anybody for saying it's a landslide in '08. There's degrees of landslide, I guess. And when I'm doing my coin flip battles, check those out, of course. I usually just go 300 as a landslide in that context. But now that's not really a landslide in an actual election, but if you're just randomly flipping the states, 300 tends to be a little bit more of a resounding victory than, 298. All right, another lead change here in the 12th. You don't agree with Talrico's six genders with his other social liberal views. Okay. I think those are silly, overly woke statements, but you agree with Talrico and everything far more than Paxton. Yeah, that's how you've got to make the decision on, right? That's why it's kind of easy for me to understand how anybody votes for anybody because they're voting for the overall policy, the platform, or they're a single issue voter. They don't care about anything else. Some people do vote on personality only, but or you hate the other side more. You're not endorsing everything about one candidate. It's there's just a ton of reasons you could support one candidate or not support a candidate. Uh, Try to keep up with these comments here. I should probably skip some of these, speed it up because it's actually getting a good chunk coming in this time. Yeah, the Virginia map, that might have been the most unfair in the country. It's one of the fairest right now. It's top notch, but that might have been worse than Illinois, Texas, California, possibly. Be close. If Tim Ryan did not run for governor of Ohio, but yeah, that could have been interesting. But although, again, rerunning the same candidates over and over, I don't know how much voters think that that's totally fine, and other times they think it's pathetic. But yeah, Ryan lost, Sherrod Brown lost. They're coming right back. You see it all the time. I think if Alyssa Slotkin lost in Michigan to Mike Rogers in 24, I think she would run again this time. I think there's no question about that. I mean, sometimes it would work. I think that would be an example where it would work. Didn't work for John James in Michigan. It sometimes it works, but a lot of times it doesn't work. Stacey Abrams didn't work. Okay, I gotta move past some of these comments. Some of the chat, it's good stuff. Hopefully, yeah, we get a lot of action in here. And 23 people. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let me move on down here. Good stuff. Okay, AOC, Becerra, Montana. You're from Montana. Let's single that comment out. Well, good to see you. It's a pretty big state in terms of land area, and today is your primary, so that's pretty good. And there could be action now that there's two districts, two House districts in Montana. There's a chance Dems could pick up one of them. It has to be the right environment, which it could be, and the right candidates. But now that Ryan Zinke is out of there, there could be a chance Dems make a gain in that state. Republicans don't want to get complacent in that one. But no governor's race for Montana this year. But there is a Senate race. Okay. Good to get all the different states in here. That's pretty good. We got to get some South Dakota. Anybody from South Dakota? All right. Again, I got to skip some of these, so apologies if I got to skip over some of these comments. I can't read all these and respond to all these. If there's a bunch, it's going to take way too long. And yeah, I was wondering why this hasn't been called yet, but there it is. Rebecca Bennett's going to face Tom Keene if he shows up. After Duggan's withdrawal from Michigan, John James is cooked. I don't think Perry Johnson is going. Perry Johnson, that's kind of a weird situation. And what happened to John James? But yeah, I didn't think that would happen anyway. I thought that looked like it would be going toward Benson anyway. And thanks for the super chat here, Clover Finder boy. $1.11, 111. That'll get things going. Hopefully, the first of many. I'll take that as a vote of confidence. Biden is the most spectacular C plus president. Right? Montana, fourth biggest state. That I'm not sure of, actually. Yeah, if you count, some states have a lot of water, makes it all complicated. The Dems totally withdraw in the Montana Senate. Seth Bodnar. Oh, you hope they do. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, Seth Bodnar. That's one of those independents in a red state. I think that Republicans should probably do the same thing in blue states. Probably takes off about 5% from the dominant party if you run as an independent. Tens of millions of Montanans. Okay. Would I ever consider making a Discord server? I've considered it for a few years now, and my response is going to be it just I don't think the channel has gotten big enough. I talked about it 3 years ago after doing this for 1 year because it seemed like the channel was picking up, and I thought it would just keep picking up. But given that it really slowed down, it kind of grinded to an absolute halt over the past year, or even, I think even more than a year. That kind of put any expansion on hold. I wanted to be over 10K subs. I thought a year and a half ago, by now, the pace was to get over 10K, but we're not even remotely close. Everything's just plummeted with the stats. I mean, it's amazing. I'm still really even doing the channel, but the Discord server, I would have to pretty much have somebody else run a lot of it. That's the other thing. I can't sit here and run a Discord server and moderate it and all that. So that gets into a whole nother dynamic of what I even would want it to be, how I can manage it and get mods on there. It's a whole process, but at the same time, I think the bigger issue again is the channel just didn't continue its momentum enough to try to do stuff like that. I'm still waiting to get more channel members, and I don't advertise it a ton, but yeah, join the channel. There's also a Patreon. That's just low time options if you want to throw a couple of bucks at the channel every month. There's those options, but not many people really do it for whatever reason. Maybe I should talk about it constantly, but I would think people on their own would just feel the need to support the channel in their own way. There's the super chats. Of course, we've got one here. There's the super thanks. There's tons of stuff, and I would have liked to do more, but it takes a lot of effort as it is to do these videos. I put one up every day for over 4 years. I've got 1,600 videos up, and there's a whole lot of other things in life besides the channel, so it's really hard to do all this stuff just to keep it going. And it could change in the future. The whole channel could be gone. I could cut down the videos, but if it picks up, I'd also think doing regular streams, maybe a weekly stream or something. That could be something I've talked about as well. There's a lot of different things that could have happened if the channel momentum had continued. Okay, hopefully that answers that. Biden should not have ran for re-election. Yeah, I think that's most people would agree with that. You wish you could donate $1.12. Okay, that I'm not sure what that's about. Is something special about that number? 24 was a good rally for Republicans compared to 25-6. Polls said Biden would lose to Trump, but he was still running. Yeah, those polls did show Biden trailing pretty bad in the Rust Belt even. Do shorts? I do have some shorts up there. Again, those take time and less people watch them, and there's less watch time. But I do have some of them up there, and they didn't do a whole lot. Now, the shorts, I have to, like any video, I think it has to be something I'm interested in, something that's going to get some amount of views, and something that's not going to take a ton of time. Sometimes I got good ideas, but they're just going to take too long. You can't sit here and take 5 or 10 hours to make videos, especially if nobody's going to look at them. So there's a lot of things that have to line up. Okay. You really only watch the live streams. Well, if that does it for you, that's fine. Yeah, check out a few videos. I mean, there's tons of cross a lot of different topics. As actually we're after the next hour here, and now we're into South Dakota and Iowa. So let's see what we got here. Could be some action here in this governor's primary for the Republicans. Randy Feenstra seemed to be the guy. He got the Trump endorsement, but we'll see what happens. So now we got a lot of action to check out here. Let me. Let's see. Discord keeps banning you for spamming. Okay, well, Are you spamming? That's probably the obvious question. Discord banned you for sending threats to supporters of Becerra. Well, that probably seems like you shouldn't be doing that. You don't trust the polls. Shorts. Yeah, I mean, again, I do have 4 shorts up there. They took time, but I don't want to recycle my own content into a short. I mean, it takes time, and again, shorts. Everybody's got shorts out there, and a lot of them have nobody looking at them. So it's hard to put up regular content and shorts, and the shorts could take easily an hour or two to make, and still have almost nobody look at them. And I have to want to do it. I have to find something that is really compelling. Okay, yeah, South Dakota and Iowa, way ahead of you. Trump handled COVID horribly. Biden was a lot better. Okay. Okay, yeah, yeah, I see you've got the highlighted name. So you did become a member. That's great. I don't know why the pop up didn't come up. I know in the past, if somebody becomes a member, there's the pop up box. So I don't see it on my end, but that's awesome. There's 2 different tiers of member. So I'll take a look at that after. But hey, anybody that actually wants to spend even just a few cents on the channel, that's really appreciated because that's such a hump to get over. Actually wanting to support the channel. I mean, you could love any channel or like any channel, but actually going through the process of making a payment, even if it's only, a dollar or less, that's still effort. That says something else. So it's always great if, just 5% of the channel, the viewers, gave, 50 cents a week, this channel would be doing a lot better, but or something like that. I haven't crunched the numbers, but let's just say if a tiny percent of people joined the channel or did super chats, that would that would clearly be noticeable. So I mean, there's not a whole lot of perks, but you do have the satisfaction of knowing you're supporting the channel. And there's also again a Patreon. Again, have I've set that up. Don't have a whole lot going on there. I was expecting getting 10, 15, 20 members over the couple of years, but it didn't happen. So when you're trying to expand, it's difficult to expand without your expectations being met, especially when there's a whole lot of other things going on in life. All right, Josh Turek, who is, I guess, favored here and over Zach Walls. Turek, the more moderate candidate. And there's another super chat, so thanks a ton. And this one, we can answer it. Uh, you want the election results and no comments? Is that what you want? I don't know. I have to know what everybody wants, but the more results that come in, yeah, the less I'm going to be able to read here. 1% in, Randy Feenstra he's got that Trump endorsement. And he's going to face Rob Sand if he wins. Now, Rob Sand he's known as the only elected statewide Democrat state auditor. He's going to This is the right environment for him to try to move into a significant office. So that could happen. Governor is not president, it's not Senate. People cross over and support the other party. It happens. Happens in red states, Louisiana, Kentucky. It's happened in blue states, Massachusetts, Maryland. So it could happen anywhere. Okay, here's a close one. Dusty Johnson, 30%. Current U.S. Rep. Dusty Johnson and Larry Roden, who is actually the incumbent governor after Kristi Noem resigned. Look at this. We got four people over 22%. Use the current videos, clip it for shorts. Yeah, I think there is some auto thing that makes shorts automatically, and I haven't really looked into it a ton. I mean, I haven't been inspired to because, again, all the other reasons I laid out there. Well, let's take a look at Decision Desk here for a moment. So here's an overview of all the action. Let's see what they've got here. So Randy Feenstra is at 87% favored to be the nominee, even though Zach Lane is in the lead. Polk County, that's got a lot of people in it. And Lane is in the lead, but it's not overwhelming. And I'm not even sure about Adam Steen. I'm not really even sure who he is. But we got a whole, there's way too many tabs open here. So it looks like it's going to be Hinson and Turek. That's what it looked like before this. There was a point in time where Zach Walls might have been favored. Remember Nathan Sage about 6 months ago? He was the guy to maybe be the favorite for the Dems, but that fell through. Hinson, probably a decent candidate, and her district is open then in northeastern Iowa in the House. She's looking for that promotion to the Senate, and Dems are hoping to take her out. It's not impossible, but I would much rather be Hinson. Yeah, I don't even know how many views my shorts have actually, but if I got 10K on them, that's over a long period of time, and the view time, because their shorts is very, very low. So making that short didn't really provide really much revenue at all. Just joking. Well, if you're going to throw in a super chat, you could pretty much joke about almost anything if it's not going to violate any terms of service or whatever. You're taking off, Cloverfield boy. Oh, Clover Finder boy. Sorry. Okay, well, thanks for joining the channel again. We'll see if you come back later. If it wasn't for Harris, might have had a 57-43 Senate majority for Republicans after 25. A lot of close Senate races in 24. Slotkin, Baldwin, Sam Brown almost won in Nevada. And, Republicans got Dave McCormick out of Pennsylvania. Carrie Lake, yeah, that's another character. I did think she was going to win that governor's race, though. You know, I, it was close. I think a lot of people thought she'd win, but yeah, it seemed like she probably would have won. Yeah, Hobbs, I think, is weak, but I guess not controversial enough. I mean, Hobbs didn't even debate that. I remember talking about that 4 years ago. How Hobbs didn't want to debate. She didn't debate in the primary. She didn't debate in the general. Sometimes that matters. Sometimes it doesn't. Okay, probably close this tab. New Jersey 7th. So still waiting on the 12th. And Justin Murphy's in the lead here for New Jersey Senate. Okay, let's see what we've got here. So this is the Ashley Hinson district. So it looks like Joe Mitchell is going to be the nominee, 99% in the markets. Okay, Zach Lane moves into second place. Now, Randy Feenstra, I mean, he's from the northwestern part of the state, I believe. I would assume he'd run it up there. Okay. Colorful New Jersey map. Gotcha. You subscribed here from voter registration videos. You cut up each state as a short and made it link to the full video. It might work well. You do a short on just each state shifting for each month in the voter registration. So just like 30 seconds for one state and then link to the full video. I mean, I guess that would kind of be tedious to make 20, 20 different shorts and upload them and have to label them and go through all that. That is very tedious stuff. And just only showing one state and reading it, that's, I don't know. I don't know how much that would do, really. Harris running instead of Biden might have saved states like Minnesota and Virginia. Yeah, we'll never know. But yeah, I think Harris probably did do a little better than Biden because Biden was just, you know, kind of comatose, to put it bluntly. You subscribe from Ronald Reagan versus JFK coin flip. Wow, that not many people even saw that one. I don't even think I'd want to do that one now. I did. That was a wild suggestion, but that's just too weird to have two past dead guys facing off in a coin flip. The coin flips, It's like they used to get a little bit more views, but everything went down, and now they don't get a ton. But the coin flips, they're not for everybody. I do think they help break up the week, and I like the random stuff. It's kind of fun to see what'll happen. Do the same flips every time, see if anything crazy happens. Let's see what we've got here in South Dakota. Let's see what the market has. Mike Rounds, easy in the Senate. Okay, the at-large district, vacated by Dusty Johnson, Marty Jackley. If he is he not the Attorney General? Something like that, right? Don't quote me on that. And here, what have we got? We've got finally a market actually that doesn't know what's going to happen. This is basically tied here. And yeah, this is colorful looking. So this is this kind of under the radar race I was talking about an hour ago. Not a lot of people thinking about South Dakota, especially just for the primary, but I think this is something that has a lot of action going on here. So we'll come back to that one. Okay, Ashley Hinson has clinched it, according to New York Times, over Jim Carlin. And I assume it's going to be called pretty soon for Josh Turek as well. And Turek, yeah, former Paralympic athlete, support from the establishment. Sands running mate, no idea. I would guess he'd pick a woman. I think that type of dynamic is what usually happens, especially with the Dems. New Mexico's coming in. There's just so much going on here. Deb Holland, yeah, she's going to be the heavy favorite. And Republicans, this is kind of a state where they could have made something happen. Of course, they had Susanna Martinez here for 2 terms, 2010 and 14. Those were red waves. Now, if Harris was in the White House, this is a state that absolutely could flip. But given it's Trump in there, it seems like Deb Holland is likely to be the next governor here. Yeah, Larry E. Marker, the write-in candidate. He has to get a certain percent of the vote or something, and then he's going to be on the ballot in the general. Thought it might have been 15%, something like that. I wish they would say so here on New York Times. If Sand has a decent win in the general, I think his campaign can pull. I think, yeah, it's not an all impossible. If Dems could win 3 of those 4 districts in Iowa again, that's not impossible. It's unlikely to get 3 of them, but again, go back to 8 years ago. Both the same states, Ohio with DeWine and Richard Cordray, and in Iowa it was Fred Hubble for the Dems against Kim Reynolds. The polling showed it tight. They showed the Dems in the lead in some of them. It looked like it was going to be a flip, but in the end, it didn't happen. Absolutely might not happen this time. Dems could lead in the polling and they could win. Republicans could lead in the polling and they could lose. But you just can't feel too confident in the polling. I'm expecting Dems to be in the lead in a lot of these polls several months out. What would a Harris economy look like right now? That couldn't really begin to guess aside from less tariffs. You thought Hobbs would win by one. Okay. Back in late 24, young men leaving the Dem Party because they felt the party abandoned them. Yeah, I mean, I hear stuff like that here and there, so I've heard that. And yeah, that's where, the Joe Rogan type, the podcast bros, as they say, that type of thing comes in. Whatever that means, really. Maybe people don't mean that disparagingly, but I think some of them do. Zach Lane is leading. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Did that change the market? Oh, as Adam Hamaway has clinched it here, which is 27%. Look at all these candidates. So winning a race with not even 30% of the vote, pretty disappointing. Hasn't been called here on New York Times yet. He's barely even leading anywhere. He's barely leading in one county, but he's going to win the race. That's weird. Okay, let's see. Let's go. Let's pull up. Okay, Randy Feenstra is still at 85% favored to win, according to the market, according to Holly Market. On Kelshi, it's a little lower, it's 74. So even if you're not sure where the outstanding vote is, take a glance at the markets. People have their money on the line. It's in their best interest to get it right. So they're still heavily, heavily banking on Feenstra. I think again also with the voter registration shifts, I wish all the states did it. That might make it more interesting because some people think that I just leaving out states, and I'm not. I'm doing the states that have the data available, and I would like to do it with every state, and it would take longer to do each the video, but it is kind of disappointing that we're doing it for you know maybe half the states. Some months it's certain states, other states it's others. But yeah, I think it's hard to do additional new things just because I think I do a good variety as it is, and I've kind of got a routine of certain things I do. but it's hard to fit more stuff in. There's only so many hours in a day. Coin flips with states weighted based on policy preference. Yeah, that I mean, I've had suggestions about that where do it a little bit different, and it's just yeah, it's kind of like what you're saying. It just would take too much time. I just do the random coin flips. Simple, exciting for what it is. Trying to tweak it or weight different states, it's just going to be a lot of effort. It's going to make it more complicated, and it's only for a select slice of the viewers. Spinner battles have a minute of it at the end. Watch the full video. Like the very end, like spoil the whole thing, and then people would they really want to go back and watch the beginning? I don't know. I know people have suggestions. I do appreciate them. I've considered most suggestions, and also we've got the poll closed here for first place in the governor primary in California. Becerra is at 47, Steyer 29, Hilton 18, and other is at 655 votes. Toby Doden is in the lead here in South Dakota. Did watch a small clip of this guy the other day just to see what he was all about. So, okay, yeah, Iowa Republican primary for governor is getting closer. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, the markets still show Feenstra decisively ahead. Marker has to get 2351 write in votes to appear on the ballot. Is that 15%? When is Heinrich up again? He was up last time, so 6 years from last time, so 2030. Iowa in 18-3, almost 4 seats went blue. Dems won statewide U.S. House popular vote. Could the Iowa popular vote for the House go Dem? Yeah, it could. It could. Yeah, sure, in this environment. 2030. Okay, about Heinrich. Yeah. Dems are winning back male voters. Yeah, I think this is what happens. I mean, I say this all the time. One party gets in there, they do some things voters like, and then, of course, they have to go overboard and do other things they don't like. Then voters go to the other side. And, the economic situation is kind of a big deal. So that voters could go back toward the Dems. And then the Dems will get in there and they'll have some unpopular cultural things that they pursue, I'm sure, and that'll alienate voters. They might have some economic things that they like, and then they might have other economic things they don't like, depending on what they actually go for. And people get tired of one. They'll get tired of that side. They'll go back toward the Republicans. That's just kind of what keeps happening over and over. If you're lucky enough to win 2 or 3 elections in a row, that's a big deal. Hamaway was the candidate who had at least 1 million behind his campaigns. You couldn't escape his ads because they were everywhere. Yet he won by so little. Okay, that's good information. Didn't know that. So, has it actually been called here? No, it still hasn't been called here on New York Times. So he is a doctor, apparently. So he faced questions about his testimony in a 1995 terrorism trial. I think I heard a little bit about that, but I didn't look into it enough. Maybe that'll come up in the general, but this is a pretty blue district, I believe. So this is also still super close here in this Senate primary. And again, without any runoffs, somebody could be the nominee with 25 or less percent of the vote. And Mike Rounds is going to be the Republican nominee for U.S. Senate in South Dakota. Incumbent Republican, 77.5%. Ben Ray Lujan, he's clinched it for the Dems, of course. 0% shock there whatsoever. And Josh Turek still with the lead here. A pretty substantial lead, too, for the Dems. And in Polk County, 95% in. Turek pretty much kind of lining up with the statewide results. Yeah, I would like to see runoffs because yeah, winning with 25% of the vote, that's weak. Wish your state had voter party registration. Yeah, it'd be nice if all states reported that. If Feenstra lost, it's going to be bad for the Republicans. If a Trump endorsed candidate couldn't win in Iowa, yeah, that would look bad. I mean, I don't know what to say about how bad it looks because it just this kind of thing keeps happening over and over. The pendulum swings. And I think, for example, we talked about Scott Brown winning in Massachusetts, Doug Jones winning in Alabama. It's embarrassing, right? But maybe the most embarrassing thing, I mentioned it on some past streams. We're talking about Obama winning in 2008, clear victory. 2 years later, Republicans, massive, massive wave. And even in Obama's own Senate seat, that went Republican. I don't know if you can get more embarrassing than that. But how much does it matter? Because 2 years later, Dems won, Obama got reelected. So there's a lot of stuff that looks bad, but does it matter in the end? Okay, the first minute of the full video is a short that nothing is spoiled. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I think what I think might be better, maybe throwing in some music. I don't know how much that really matters. People want some background music, but yeah, a short should probably have some music. It should have some kind of flashy, quick cut graphics. But see, it really gets time consuming. It's already time consuming. I mean, I wish I could do a coin flip battle and it only takes 15 minutes to make, but the whole thing can take way longer than that. It's not just I like doing the streams because it's just you get to just sit here and do the talking and do the commentary and call the results. The hard part with these videos, not the coin flips don't take research. That part saves a lot of time, but setting it up, recording it, editing it, there's the thumbnail, there's uploading it, doing the description, putting it all out there. That it just gets tedious and it adds up. And you know, there's other things I'd rather be doing. Does Trump not care about the midterms? Well, he made that comment about the Iran war, how he's not really thinking about the midterms. I think he definitely cares. Whether he'll admit it or not is a different story. I think he thinks there's a lot of time left. He's hoping he can get something going. But we know he doesn't want to lose control. That's partially why some of these maps are getting redrawn. Okay, let's see. So we've got Zach Lane, only 17% in. But Polk County, give them some credit on getting their vote in. Let's see. What about the market? The market still shows Feenstra at 79. Kelshi a little lower, though, down to 60. Could something be happening here? Okay. Both senators from South Dakota were Dems. Yeah, that was a. It's hard to imagine that now, but that was the case. Tom Daschle, he was in there a long time. Oh, there we go. It's right below Daschle and Thune. Same Senate seat. Yeah, I can't think of the other person outside of Daschle. Montana had Max Baucus. There's some Democrats from these red states not that long ago. And, you also had some Republicans in some bluer states a couple decades ago. Oh, that trial, the 93 trial. Okay. Yeah, the GOP has no chance. Dems should keep dropping the identity politics, but they can be socially liberal. Not hop on the man hating trend of 2020s. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how you want to look at it. People are in different silos, they see different things, but, I say that every time if the Dems got off of the identity politics stuff. And I don't mean not emphasize it. I mean, if they opposed it, that would bring in enough Republicans. That would bring in some of those Obama to Trump voters in these redder states. They really want to go hard on economics, or at least moderate on economics. And they also want to just not be thinking about everybody's identity. And they want it to not be a part of public policy. I think that would be a winning message. Just like I think if the Republicans got on board certain issues like healthcare and expanding some of this populist economic stuff and get off the just cut taxes for everybody thing. I think if they got on board on looking like they want to at least have some adversarial position on some of the ultra wealthy, that would help them. Get everybody, at least citizens, get them the health care, get some paid family leave, stuff like that. That's pretty low hanging fruit. Almost everybody likes it. Whether you think the government should not do that or whether they should, it's still going to be a winning political message. You thought the Senate race in Iowa would not be competitive after Ernst left since you knew none of the Democrats. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it'd be competitive. I just put it at likely Republican, just barely. I hit it about 5.5% for Hinson. That's where I've been at. It could be closer. It's not impossible. It goes blue, but it's just going to be not not reasonable right now to think it's going to go blue. At least projecting ahead to November. Yeah, Feenstra, if he lost, then that would be embarrassing, but I don't know how much it would really matter in the end. I mean, you can't win every endorsement. That's why I think I don't know how much. So many times politicians they just don't want to endorse because they don't want to shake it up. They don't want to risk having taken a loss. So if you're actually going to make an endorsement, then endorse everybody. Nobody cares about 100% endorsement success. You just show where you stand. And if you endorse 100 different races, yeah, maybe you only get 50, 60%. I don't think that's that bad. But if you're only going to come out and endorse landslide races or races where you don't expect to lose, if that's what you're going to do most of the time, though, that's not taking a lot of risk. Yeah, okay. Zach Lane is at 71, but why in Polymarket is it the exact opposite? Let's refresh, and that's stays the same. I guess they haven't updated. They have the same color too. The red line here is Randy Feenstra, but it says Zach Lane 70. So what's going on here? So this is something to take a look at. And yet, to me, Zach Lane came out of nowhere. I didn't really know anything about this guy a few weeks ago. It seemed like Feenstra it was just going to walk away with it. Texas Secretary of State Jane Nelson resigned. I think I did hear about that. I'd have to look more into that. I just didn't have much time to do some things today, but I saw something about that. I'm gonna actually look more into that. Candidate for California governor called "Living for God and Country" Demott. That's goofy stuff. Uh, Bashing identity politics isn't just a bit overly simplistic too. I I think well, I mean everything depends on how you do it, but I mean emphasizing how that should not be a part of public policy, I think is ultimately the way to go. And it's just going to be the best way forward with so many different backgrounds, different histories, and everything is focus on the economic commonality. And that's it. Chris Coons versus Michael Katz. Yeah, there's a race I haven't really looked at because Coons obviously he's going to be winning. Is that even the race this year? Because well, I think yeah, it must be if you're bringing it up. Tim Johnson, yeah, that's the right. That sounds right. As an independent, the identity politics is what's keeping me from the Dems and the party. Uniformity is what's keeping me from the GOP. See, I like people who want some of both sides because I think that's what most voters wish they could cut out one or two things from each side, even if they like their party. I think most Dems would go, yeah, I don't want this or that from the Dems. Most Republicans say, yeah, I like all this except for that or that. But you can't, there's no candidate that just has a medium amount of both sides. But yeah, I do think the cultural stuff is what I think pushed people away from the Dems. Of course, there's a lot of other stuff with manufacturing and the corporate stuff, but identity, politics, or cultural values, whatever. I think that's where a lot of voters were turned off by the Republicans in the 80s and the 90s, like in the Rust Belt. I think there was a lot of um, Christian cultural stuff that was dominant. It was just not as relatable. The Dems were the party of not really going into that much. And when people don't emphasize that stuff and they don't talk about that and they're focused on just more of the economics and they don't subscribe to wanting to put people in these boxes of their identity, I think that's going to be more appealing. And that's why I think Republicans kind of came back on it. Now they can go too far with it. They've got certain issues depending on the candidate, depending on the state. But overall, I think a lot of people think the Dems did go really, really into identity being the main thing about you. And there's a whole lot to that. Oh, here we go. Poly Market now has Lane at 71, but the line is not matching up. And now Randy Feenstra is at 45. What does that mean? Hmm. Okay. Oh, this is an interesting race though so far. You mean MAGA is identity politics, identified politics? Okay, anti DEI. Yeah, I think that the best position is to say, yeah, pure neutrality. I mean, the old, non, um, when you apply for a job, it would just say at the bottom that they're not going to factor in. I can't remember the exact wording now off the top of my head, but race, national origin, religion, all that stuff, and that's what I think it should be. And I think that's generally what it seems not controversial. The equal justice under law. That's the benchmark. Now, living up to that, it's always going to be debatable, but that should be the standard where it's clear if it's going to be public policy should be blind in terms of those immutable characteristics. I mean, it certainly should be minimized. I mean, that's just what I think is a stronger message. Class going to be a better unifier, and I just think Dems would have more success saying we're not doing that stuff. We're gonna we're gonna go by colorblind policy. We'll focus on what's happening and not who it's happening to. But yeah, I do think probably the better approach for the Republicans would have been, we're going to say that you cannot factor in any of these immutable characteristics. It's going to be purely colorblind. But either way, I think it's the either whatever they do, I think is still more appealing than the Dems coming out and saying we're going to absolutely focus on historically this group or that group, and we want that to be a part of everything. And that I think is a non-starter for a lot of people, kind of in the middle, who might want to be Dem curious and say, "Hey, I like some of these economic proposals, but why are they so fixated on what color I am, or my sexuality, or my gender?" And then, of course, yeah, some of the gender stuff that's come up over the past 10 years. It seems like a lot of the party doesn't want any pushback on that, even though it's brand new. I think some of it's up for debate, but some of the base doesn't want to hear any of that, and that's where I think there's a lot of cultural issues that have plagued the Dems over the past several election cycles. Doesn't mean the Republicans have no issues. I just think that the Dems have more of them overall. You got to try to speak broadly in some of this stuff. There's always exceptions, but I guess this Vote Hub decision desk market integration is not really working. I think that this number is probably correct, but now we've got a total disparity between Polymarket and Kelshi. Josh Turek is the nominee for the Dems, so they're going to go Hinson and Turek to replace Joni Ernst. So this race is pretty much over. And yeah, this is a real close one here. And the summary here, let's see, Representative Randy Feenstra has crucial establishment support and the endorsement of President Trump, but he faces challenges from Brad Sherman, former state legislator, Zach Lane, a farmer, and Adam Steen, a former state agency administrator. How about this? South Dakota, Larry Roden moves into second place. The current governor. I thought, did Trump not endorse Dusty Johnson in this race? He made some endorsements lately. I'm not sure, but I would think if he endorsed Dusty Johnson, would not be in third place. But again, look at this. This is really four candidates, over 20%. Doesn't get a lot closer than that. All right, Adam Hamaway is going to be the nominee, and New Jersey's 12th. Okay, Greg Hall is in the lead for the Republicans now. Deb Haaland is the winner with 41% in for New Mexico governor. We've got polls closing in literally 20 seconds here in Montana. This is going to see who's going to replace Ryan Zinke, who's retiring after his second stint in the U.S. House. He came back after Montana gained a second seat after the last reapportionment. But Dems are hoping they could pick something up here. Okay, Lindsey James is the nominee in the second district. Still not called for the Republicans, but James for the Dems. Okay. So we'll be looking at Montana here. I think I thought Trump endorsed Aaron Flint. I can't even remember now. But oh, he's at 98% here on this market. Ryan Bussey, 90% here for the Dems. Bussey ran for governor against Greg Gianforte a couple of years ago. He got wiped out. So he's trying to come back and do the House. Okay, let's see. Let me get caught up here on a few comments. Yeah, redrawing the maps, it's going to be, there's better ways to do it, but yeah, it's going to be tough for agreement on how to actually do it. If Jay Nelson resigns, is that going to be a special election or is applicant or appoint a replacement? I'm not sure how it works there. That's be something to look at. Tom Tiffany should run on Medicaid expansion. Yeah, that's a good thing. Republicans should do that for sure. Yeah, that is, yeah, there's just so many issues where each side is just totally blows it, where they could just easily have some more appeal, but they don't do it. But then again, then they got to face backlash from the base. It's so weird how people like more moderate candidates unless it's on their side, like Susan Collins, John Fetterman. The other side likes them more if they're certainly if they're not in that state. But then the base, they don't like Fetterman. The base doesn't really like Susan Collins. There's a lot of hypocrisy in politics if I don't say that enough. But again, yeah, welcome into the stream for whoever just got in here. Good to see everybody in here for another stream. We've done 5 in a row each week. I don't think I'm going to be able to do next week, and I think the week after as well. That's kind of a heads up. We'll see what happens, but I think we're doing this one. So good to have everybody in here again. Even though you're busy, you might have 6 or 7 streams open. You might be making dinner. You might be doing some homework. You might be on break. It's all possible. Um, okay. Got to skip some of these comments again to get caught up. Yeah, New York Times has the paywall. That can be a hassle. Congresswoman Catherine Clark is running in Secretary of State in New Mexico. Okay. That sounds familiar. We'll maybe take a look at that. Decision Desk has some weird format. You can't see both primaries at once. Yeah, I understand. Why would you leave Congress for a random state position? Yeah, Catherine Clark. Yeah, she's from Massachusetts. I think. Oh, you said New Mexico. Yeah, I think that's what was throwing me off. But yeah, I think we're talking Massachusetts there. Uh, can't figure out politics of transit tax. I mean, it all depends on what you define to be an attack. That's the thing. And I think a lot of people would say they legitimately feel like they can't ask questions, push back, or talk about that topic outside of the framing of the activists over the past 10 years. They think that they're going to be labeled negatively if they have any criticism, any questions, if they think, hey, maybe this isn't right, maybe this part, maybe this shouldn't happen yet. I think that's kind of that's how I view it. So yeah, there's different degrees of things, of course. So there could be some nuance in there. Telrico led Paxton by 3 in a poll that came out. Yeah, I didn't Paxton he had a divorce trial coming up and that got delayed or something. Um, I mean, if some of these issues die down, they could flare right back up. That's what happens. I mean, issues change. Everything's not the same year to year. Okay, yeah, I don't even know how late the stream is going to go. And actually, you say 11 o'clock. I don't know what time zone that would be. But yeah, I mean, at some point, I'll have to cut the stream too. But hopefully, we get California in. I know it's a big state. They got mail ins, but I hope they could just get a ton of the results in. And people want to get the answers. They want to go to bed. They don't want to sit here for the next week watching more ballots trickle in. Here we go. Gotta love when it pops. Montana just popped right there. Aaron Flint, 51%. We've got 83 votes. And nothing for the Dems. Oh, there it is. Ryan Bussey. Sam Forstag. Yeah, that he did have a little bit more progressive backing, but probably not going to be enough here. Oh, I think I skipped. Let's see. You're back in the stream. Okay. Good stuff. But yeah, you're not staying till 11. Gotcha. Uh, yeah, usually this channel focuses mostly, yeah, on the election results. And of course, I've commented on certain political issues, some economic, some cultural over the years, and but it really doesn't have effect on the bulk of the videos is the data, the results. Um, location, Midwest is the general answer for that, but maybe there's bouncing around. Maybe I go from state to state sometimes. Who knows? But Midwest, uh, Bussy, funny last name. Sure. There's been some real fringe candidates with some weird names we've seen in some of these primaries. But let's go back here to Iowa. So what is going on here? Is Zach Lane going to be the guy? And is he stronger than Randy Feenstra? I hear that he is stronger, but who knows? He's probably can't be that weak if he could knock off Feenstra. Less than an hour away from California. What's going to happen here with LA Mayor? Is Karen Bass going to make the runoff? Yeah, probably. But is Spencer Pratt going to also make the runoff? Wow, these two markets are really at odds. Yeah, and we've got Becerra and Hilton, according to Polymarket, the two likely to advance. So some good action here. Actually, New Jersey is still happening as well. That got started a couple of hours ago, but we don't really know who's going to face Cory Booker yet. Justin Murphy is in the lead, but Bergen County still has some vote outstanding, and Alex Zidane is in the lead there, and that's the most populous. Okay, we've got Mike Rounds, and here we go. We've got the South Dakota governor. This is heating up too. So this is good stuff here. Somebody's going to be the nominee with under 40% of the vote, very possibly. Who wins the Alaska Senate GOP primary? Well, it's a top four. It's top four ranked choice. So, or it's a top four. I don't know how to gauge who which four are going to go on, but obviously Sullivan and Peltola are going on. And then after that, I'd have to look further into it. But then the other Dan Sullivan gets in, and it's kind of a mess. It's really hard to kind of follow those elections in that state since they changed to the top four, and then sometimes candidates drop out. Like we've had Nancy Dahlstrom drop out today for governor, or she's the lieutenant governor. She dropped out, and that seems to be what's happening now. If you have a top four, it gets weird if you're going to have multiple of the same party go to the general election. Then there's people dropping out. There's pressure to drop out. I think it makes it really less satisfying to have multiple of the same party in the general. It creates just a weird dynamic. But Alaska is kind of a quirky state politically. They had Bill Walker, the independent, for governor, and did he actually get? I think he actually just got in the race. I think so. We'll see what happens with that. Progressive wins in primaries. Was that? I don't know if that was for me or somebody else, but in these primaries, so far, I don't think we have much. In New Jersey, there was a progressive win to replace Mikey Sherrill, the special election not that long ago. Her name, Annalisa, something like that. Mojica, something. Probably a terrible. guess off the top of my head, but that was a progressive win. But so far, and Deb Holland, I guess I I'm not sure how progressive Deb Holland is considered, but I thought she was kind of considered semi-progressive. But I haven't looked into this Sam Bregman person. Either way, it's Holland for the win. But there's a lot of races. I don't know who the progressive is in every single race, but so far nothing jumps out here today. And in that New Jersey district to replace Bonnie Watson Coleman, yeah, I'm not sure how progressive all those candidates were. Again, I haven't looked way into it. There's just so much going on. Haven't had a ton of time to look in depth. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Bill Walker. Okay, he did come back. You heard it. Previous stream, James Fishback was a Ken Paxton of Florida. I don't recall saying that exact thing, but Fishback, I think, has way lower name ID. Paxton is successful statewide. He's been in there a while. Fishback is kind of an online type of candidate, in my opinion. Although, again, I'm not looking super closely at some of these guys. He's more of David Duke. Okay. Yeah, I know he's. I hear there's a lot of controversy in these candidates, but I mean, I'm kind of burnt out on controversy. At least not before the general in a significant race. Then I think if it's significant into the general, then yeah. Okay, Hamaway is the closest to a progressive win. Okay, and who knows what would have happened if there was a runoff, right? Lahia, is that the correct last name? Okay, yeah, that was the one a few months ago or whatever, a couple of months ago. That was a progressive win, as I mentioned. Fishback could win a Florida general. I mean, yeah, anything could happen in a statewide race that Florida has become so much redder. I mean, if back in 18, Rick Scott took out Bill Nelson in a blue wave and DeSantis beat Andrew Gillum, that was pretty notable. That was kind of the beginning of the state is this is a red state at this point. And I keep underestimating Republican strength in the state. You know, DeSantis won by 19 points in 22, and Republicans just keep running it up. I thought Rick Scott, not a super strong candidate for a while, but he won by a ton. And it's redder than I keep thinking. Maybe it could change back, it could level off, but it's really out of that swing state status. It's kind of not even in lean Republican territory. It's kind of likely to safe at this point. But I don't also want to think that in the right environment with the right candidate, Dems can't possibly make a race competitive. They had Nikki Fried, who won statewide, so it's not impossible. Okay, you wonder if Walker doesn't like Begich family because he got in the way in 18 when he ran against Dunleavy. And Mark Begich now going up against Tom Begich. There's so many Begiches. And there's Nick Begich, the third, who's in office. It's really a some of these states have these dynasties, these family dynasties. It looked like that might be happening in Maine, where you had Shelley Pingree, her daughter, and Angus King, his son. I think there's so much to keep track of. There's just a lot going on. I think people do hate political dynasties in the abstract, but then when it's their state, and if the dominant party is a part of that dynasty, then I think they'll take it a lot of times. Not every time. Let's see if the market has changed. Okay, Ryan Bussey, clear lead there. So Zach Lane is favored now on both markets. Still really tight here in South Dakota governor. Okay, Iowa, the second district. Joe Mitchell, that's called. And only 9% in here in Montana. Okay. The Republicans sweep statewide in Alaska, and U.S. House Senate is competitive. That's possible, sure. I mean, it is a medium red state, but it's quirky, as I said. And that Senate seat, Peltola, I guess she did just take a loss, kind of like Sherrod Brown. There's always a couple of politicians. They take a loss and they go, I know I lost, but I'm going to come back and do it again. And they come back, and most of the time they lose again. But there are some times where they can thread that needle and they can pull it out. So Dems are going big with Peltola in the Senate. But it's also, yeah, it's not a good look. She you know, given it's an at-large U.S. House district and the Senate district, or the Senate is it's the same size, but it's a little weird for Peltola to go, hey, I know you guys just voted me out of office, but yeah, let me back in there. Okay. Montana GOP Senate primary. Well, that race, let's see, let's pull that up. Here it is. It just has Charles Child on here on decision desk, so we'll leave it at that. Kurt Alme, of course, who got in there after Steve Daines dropped out at the last second. I see the U.S. Supreme Court has allowed Alabama to use the GOP map. So that's kind of breaking news. Supreme Court allows Alabama to use Republican map. Okay, let's see. A lot of action going on here, trying to keep up with all of it. But the big race here is this Iowa governor Republican primary. The Trump endorsed Randy Feenstra is really looking shaky here. So that's going to be an interesting race change. And now the lines actually seem to match up here. But we'll see what the deal is with Zach Lane. Have to see what he's all about. Don't know a whole lot, but he seems like he could be better than Randy Feenstra because he's a little less tied to the establishment. And I don't know how much Randy Feenstra is, I don't know how exciting that guy is. He doesn't seem that exciting to me, but that could be interesting to see what's going to happen there against Sand. But you might have two really simple one syllable last names, Lane and Sand. And Rob and Zach doesn't get much easier than that. Political dynasties seem to be powerful. Name recognition means a lot. Yeah, definitely. I mean, name ID, it certainly helps when you're far away from an election. Helps a ton. Money also helps a ton. You get your foot in the door. And it's a big boost, but it doesn't mean everything. I mean, there's times where high name ID has not meant anything. I mean, you even had Walter Mondale in Minnesota come back and lose a Senate race. That seemed like there was no way that could happen. You had Phil Bredesen, Tennessee governor. He took a loss in the Senate. Evan Bayh, Tommy Thompson. It happens. Zach Lane endorsed by Steve King. I haven't thought about Steve King lately. I'll be honest, but I mean, if people hear Steve King, they're only going to assume the worst about him. I don't know enough about the situation with Zach Lane and why Steve King supports him. But yeah, if you were betting on Lane, that was a good bet on the markets. So California about a half hour away. It doesn't mean we're going to get the results right away. Might get some early ballots counted. We'll see. But yeah, again, not sure if there's going to be there probably is not going to be a stream the next week, maybe the next 2 weeks. I'm not sure, but I'm got this one in, and I'm not making any promises on the next couple of weeks. It seemed like Randy Feenstra was going to win without the Trump endorsement, but then with the Trump endorsement, it seemed like there was no way he was going to lose. So there must have been something happening here, late movement. Did I hear about John Cornyn? His tweet about the Libertarian running in the Senate race. I don't think I did. What did he say? You think Feenstra was weak because he was from a rural red district that does not represent the state, but Lane is weaker? Is Lane weaker or stronger? Well, yeah, I did hear that about Feenstra. Yeah, he's from the reddest part of the state. That might not be great in a general election. So that is something to think about. Bo Bai running for Indiana Secretary of State, going up against possibly Diego Morales. And Indiana Republicans are experiencing a Duggan with Greg Ballard. I don't know. I actually didn't. I don't think I heard about that. I thought Diego Morales declined to run again, or maybe I was thinking of somebody else in Indiana. But Bo Bai, I'm not actually familiar. So he's running for Secretary of State. That's sort of like what Evan Bai did. He started off, I think, Secretary of State a few decades ago. But yeah, the Bai name is a big deal in the state, but the state is pretty red now. So you're worried Florida Fishback could do a similar upset. Yeah, I probably should look more up about Fishback, but I just haven't done it. To me, it just seemed like it was Byron Donalds who was gonna just sail in that. And I've heard a little bit of Fishback being talked about here and there, but maybe he's a bigger deal than I think. I guess I just thought he was more of a fringy online type candidate where he's not going to really threaten the nomination from Byron Donalds. But hey, maybe I'm just not following that race closely enough. Yeah, Greg Ballard, I do remember he was the mayor of Indianapolis. I think he got 2 terms in there. Gordon said, Rutro. Okay. Libertarian Ted Brown courts disaffected conservative voters. Okay, yeah, there's going to be some interesting dynamics there in that race. Almost came off as an endorsement. With Feenstra, you think he'd more lose actually due to establishment. Trump really irritated farmers with the tariffs. Yeah, I've seen some polling where they're not thrilled, but they'd still mostly support him. So yeah, maybe this helps in the general because Zach Lane, he's a farmer apparently. Not sure what Feenstra's background is exactly. So yeah, this could go late into the night here because it's really close. Let's see. Anything in New Jersey still? No, not a call here, but Justin Murphy maintains his lead. And in South Dakota, still going on here. Dusty Johnson, third place. Even if there was a runoff, he might not even make it. Now, this is a true four-way race. Okay, Aaron Flint with a pretty substantial lead here. Yeah, and even though Trump endorsed Feenstra again, yeah, I don't know how much does it really matter? I mean, I think if more candidates made more endorsements, then yeah, they're going to lose some of them. So I don't think there's a lot of shame in it, although in the specific race, of course, it does look bad. Okay. You hope Feenstra wins because only the Iowa polls that are shown between Sand and Feenstra, which Sand leads. I don't know how Sand would perform with Lane. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people really know. A lot of speculation out there. They have to let the dust settle on this one for a couple of months. Diego Morales is running, but he's got heavy primary challengers. A lot of Indiana Republicans like Senator Banks, an Attorney General. I think that's Rokita, rescinded their endorsements for Morales. Okay, I'll probably try to take a look at that a little bit more over the next day or two. But yeah, that's a little bit under the radar. Always interesting dynamics under the radar, like the lieutenant governor's race in Indiana last time, where the lieutenant governor, Micah Beckwith, I believe that's the correct name, he pulled off the upset. You want Sand to win the general. He could. He's going to be a bit of an underdog, I think, I would guess, but who knows after all this. But it's possible. Again, think of the polling back in 18. Fred Hubble, the Democrat, was in the lead in some of them. A lot of undecideds, but he was leading some of them over Kim Reynolds. Same thing with Richard Cordray in Ohio over Mike DeWine. But in the end, Republicans held on in both of those. But yeah, I think Dems are gonna, if they have success in any of these red states, they're gonna think that they've got the new generation of voices to speak to these voters in red states, and they're gonna connect with them. But I think it's only gonna go so far. Like, look at Andy Bashir in Indiana, or excuse me, in Kentucky. Now that state way redder than Iowa or Ohio, and they have a Democrat for governor. But that's not the end of the world. So if it happens in a lighter red state like Iowa or Indiana or Ohio, also shouldn't be a huge deal. There's just certain local appeal. Larry Hogan won 2 terms. Charlie Baker, he won 2 terms. John Bell Edwards won 2 terms. I mean, this kind of thing happens. Laura Kelly, Kansas. Beanstrow would lose because he's in a rural red part of Iowa. Yep, covered that. Rob Sand is the James Tallarico of Iowa. Well, I don't know about that because Sand actually won it statewide, and Tallarico hasn't. And I don't know if Rob Sand has any of these cultural videos from 2 or 4 years ago where he made some weird statements. But in terms of trying to win, then yeah, I get what you're saying. And yeah, if I sound any different, well, that's because you've kind of got to change positions when you're sitting for hours at a time. So I don't know how much different it is, but this is what you're going to get for a few minutes. Yeah, there's microphone adjustments, there's different things that happen to try to stay comfortable when you're streaming for hours. But it'll go back shortly. But you can't put a price on comfort. And we're less than 20 minutes away from California. But it's good that people are actually listening. Always appreciate that. So California has a lot going on. Way too much to follow. The main thing is going to be governor and LA mayor. I think those are the two top races that people want to focus on. There's plenty going on in the US House, but the maps have been redrawn there. So you got to remember that. There's also a special election right here, whether it's going to use the current map. Okay. Well, now it seems like everything's kind of quieted down a little bit. But we're still streaming. We're closing in on 3 hours. It's 180 minutes, and we're going to try to get some California results. And not sure how long we're going to go, but I would assume we're going to go at least for an hour after the polls close in California. We'll see what they do. Maybe they suck at it and they don't really give us much of what we want to see. Randy Neal, you're surprised he's not leading in Montana Senate. Let's see if that. There we go. Oh, Riley Neal. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, this. If John Tester had run again here, is he the strongest candidate? He just lost. It's just such an uphill climb here. It's a decently red state. This is not a state Trump won by 5 or 6 points. He way over double digits. So this is a state that Republicans should win pretty comfortably. But we just talked about earlier, there was Democrats in red states like this. You know, they had Max Baucus in there for a long time. Okay. So this is what we've got going on: New Jersey, Iowa, South Dakota, Montana, New Mexico, California. A few interesting races here in the works. And Zach Lane is opening up a bit of a lead, but there are still some rural counties here that Feenstra can squeeze a little bit out of that haven't reported yet. But not a whole lot of people living in these counties. And here's the county: Brad Sherman, fourth place finisher. He's won this county. This must be where he lives. 7% in, but he won this county. A lot of popular former senators ran for the Senate again and lost by huge margins. Yeah, they did. We just listed them. Phil Bredesen. Well, he was not in the Senate, but he was a popular governor. Yeah, Evan Bayh in Indiana, Tommy Thompson in Wisconsin, Walter Mondale in Minnesota. You think Tester would do better now if Daines ran again this year, but a win? Yeah, it's tough to imagine Dems holding a Senate seat there, but you never know. Maybe if they ran as an independent, who knows? I mean, it's tough because yeah, I think both parties should always compete in the main races in every election, just to at least see what the margin is going to be. But yeah, I mean, if Republicans want to have smooth sailing in these Senate races at governor and down ballot, then they're going to have to give up the White House. That seems to be how it goes. If you want to have good down ballot success, good midterm success, give up the White House. Everybody wants power, but once you get power, there's backlash. It's just both sides do things wrong that people don't want. Sometimes it gets overlooked. There's all kinds of different factors, but as of late, it seems like once you get into office, you're going to do a few things and then you're going to go overboard and the other side is going to come back. And then it all goes to everybody's head. They just think that once they win, they haven't learned anything. It just feels like that. They get back in there and they do just what they were doing when they were in their last time, most of it. Larry Hogan. Yeah, he did run for the Senate. He was leading in polling early on. But, if you go by the polling 5 months out, yeah, then that's not going to get you anywhere a lot of times. Yeah, I know Mondale, his situation was a little different, but it still was shocking that Mondale, who kind of just tapped in there at the end, that he lost. Yeah, Tester did it. Yeah, he did endorse Bodner. I think he did that a while ago. I think Tester would lose by 7. Tester, I think, lucked out because, yeah, he ran in the blue wave years 2018, 12, and 6. Those were good years for Dems. Same thing with Sherrod Brown. Yeah, but I mean, Mondale, though, it's his home state. Legend, Minnesota legend, Walter Mondale. It's just highly notable that he would come back and lose, even though it was under unusual circumstances. Steve Bullock, yeah, he lost by 10. He got in, I think he got in the last day before the filing deadline, and the polling showed Steve Bullock, he might win in the Battle of the Steves. It's always good to have the exact same first name. That's always entertaining. But yeah, Danes Danes beat him by 10. But the polling didn't really show that. America will be good in the 2040s, okay? 2030s will break down the political system. Its debt will reach levels that will trigger an rate spike, combining with Social Security and Medicare facing benefit cuts. Yeah, that's a key thing. The Social Security funding and Medicare, yeah, those are big things. Does seem to be something the Dems could benefit from. Republicans could have easily benefited from that. They could have passed something, but of course they did not. They kicked the can down the road, as far as I know, and the Dems could come in there and they could solve it, or they could do something. But they'll either do nothing or do something very little and act like they did a ton. That's my expectation. Or they'll do something kind of good, but then also something bad with it, because of course they can't just focus on anything people like. They have to add in something people don't like. That's what you do once you get a hold of power. You can't just contain it. Both sides don't really run good candidates. New Jersey 12 had one GOP candidate. I think a lot of people don't even care. They just think, hey, this is a blue leading environment. Trump's unpopular. Who cares why we lost in 24? We'll just come back and do whatever we're going to do. So, candidate quality, it matters to a point. How does the energy this year compare to 2018's for the Dems? Well, I think it's just you'd have to look at it, the final month to get an actual idea. A lot of Republicans are kind of unmotivated, disconnected right now. But in the generic congressional ballot, it was bigger for the Dems in 18, not by a ton. It has gotten a little bit wider for the Republicans, the deficit, as of the last couple of months since the Iran war kind of kicked off. I think 18 Dems were a little more motivated, but it's not overwhelming anymore. But we'll see if that levels off at all. We'll see if Republicans can get out of it. Apparently, Republicans talking about doing some kind of a convention type thing. But Dems are clearly motivated. Special elections in the polling about are you more motivated? Very strongly or whatever. Dems come out ahead. It's not like it's, you know, 80 to 20, but a 5 or 10% advantage could translate into a few more percentage points in some of these races. Wow, so Randy Feenstra, he he wiped out. He gets a Trump endorsement and loses to a guy that I don't think most people have heard of. I only heard of Zach Lane recently. The last couple of weeks, really heard that he's a threat to Feenstra. Has not been a Gen X president. Okay. Yeah, Mondale. He held on to Minnesota. Dukakis is another guy who left office and came back to be Massachusetts governor. It's not exactly the same thing, but somebody who came back. If Bill Clinton, he was governor of Arkansas, he lost, and then he came back. I think back then it was only 2 years later. Okay, some economic talk here about bonds and rates. Am I optimistic or about America's future or pessimistic? Yeah, I mean that's a legitimate question, I guess. Probably long term more optimistic, shorter term more pessimistic, just because it just seems like we're there's just so much going on that people are unsatisfied by, and I don't think it's just going to get better in a year or two, or probably even three or four. But yeah, 5, 10, 15, 20 years out, I'd hope things would kind of figure themselves out. Now that's just kind of blind optimism, so it's always cautious. But that's just speaking very generically. Now, if you go a little bit beneath that, then there could be some different answers on some specifics. Trump betrayed the America First voter base with the Iran war. Yeah, I mean that does seem, you know, unappealing. Trump was always touting the no new wars and all that, but this kind of goes against it. I guess the Iran thing is, I guess it's a big deal, nuclear weapons, but to the average voter, they're probably not interested in this other country too much. You'd rather have Massey in office, okay? Next 10 years. Yeah, next 10 years. I mean, just it's so hard overall to say. Uh, Everything keeps changing every couple of years. But on a lot of the economic stuff, there's a lot of pessimism, I'd say. Just like because we covered Social Security funding, Medicare funding, these are all things that I think matter. And I think generally the Dems do better on those issues, but they don't really solve anything. And I don't know if anybody's going to really be able to solve it. Those are real concerns for, even if they don't affect you, they might affect somebody relatives, parents, grandparents, whatever. But yeah, some of that, and yeah, the debt is another thing people talk about. It's kind of this abstract kind of monster lurking in the background, but it doesn't really seem to actually scare anybody enough directly. People don't like it in the abstract. Aaron Flint is your nominee here in Montana's first to replace Ryan Zinke. Pretty convincing here. He's got a majority of the vote, and he's endorsed by Trump. So we are literally 2 seconds away here from polls closing in California. So how good are they going to be at counting the votes? So here we go. It's the final hour. This is the main event. Becerra, Hilton, Steyer. Becerra came out of nowhere a couple of months ago. Yeah, technology. That's another thing. If you factor that in, see, there's so many different angles to think about. That's why it's hard to speak really broadly in terms of optimism or pessimism. Technology, though, I think technology. There's more optimism I have for technology. Yeah, some of it could be a little shaky with regulation or some of this AI, but I think ultimately, eventually, even if there's some speed bumps, there'll be better advancements for everybody. Hopefully that translates down into healthcare and so on, and it's not inaccessible for everybody. That's a concern. But overall, I think technology sometimes it can be scary, but overall, I think it's going to be better. People will be fed up with the establishment, may crack a little. You would vote Ramen if you were an LA mayor. Okay, yeah, we'll get to that race. You'd vote for Becerrif in the primary. That won't matter. Can grow for a while. Uh, okay, South Dakota, the top two, they go to a runoff. Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, 35%. That is a weird cutoff. Yeah, a lot of people are concerned about AI. I think it's fair to have concerns. I think that's reasonable. Just to say there's no concerns, that would be, I think, weird. But having some concerns, but trying to get it figured out, because there's probably ultimately a lot of benefits. Barack Obama running the California governor's race. Is that this? We saw Barack Obama run in a race in a previous primary like a month or two ago, right? There was in another race. Look at the size of this ballot. Oh, here's this living for God and country, Damat. And countries, one word. This is crazy how many people get on the ballot. Are there no like real requirements to get on the ballot? You don't want a lot of requirements, but I guess if it's so low, you're going to have dozens of people. Oh, here we go. This is the same name I remember. Barack Obama Shaw. I don't know how we saw this a couple months ago. Here's LA Mayor. A lot of buzz around Spencer Pratt, but I mean, this is Los Angeles. How much could he really do even if he made a runoff? It's another situation where people probably not really into Karen Bass, but they're not going to go all the way to the other side. The other side, that's a big leap. Who's winning Alaska's Senate primary? I think we talked about that. Again, it's a top four. I'd have to go and look at it. It's complicated, but I don't know. I'd have to let the dust settle on the other Dan Sullivan getting into the race. Randy Feenstra may pull it off. Is anything changed? Okay, not really according to the markets. California's first, Doug LaMalfa, first elected in 12. He died in office. Yeah. If no one gets 50, top two, August 4th runoff. And there is another special in 2 weeks. So a lot of action going on. It'd be nice if they had them all on the same time. Bass versus Rahman. happening, that could happen. We'll see what the all that buzz around Spencer Pratt. Let's see what he does. Yeah, it's the old map or the current map before the new map. Yeah, this is pretty close here for Iowa governor. Still not a call here in this first race we had going. New Jersey Senate primary. Definitely colorful looking map. All right, so we're just waiting for something to pop here. California 14. Yeah, that's the special in a couple weeks. Georgia 13, July 28th. David Scott. A lot of deaths in office this term. It's kind of crazy, really. While we're waiting for this to pop, I'm going to take a quick 1 minute break. So we'll be right back. Okay. So we're back at it here in the final round of this June 2nd primary. California is the main event here. Top two, blanket primary, jungle primary, whatever you want to call it. It's kind of a weird system, but that's what they do. So we'll see if we get any results soon, because I don't think we all want to sit here for too long. Texas 23 has not had a special called yet because Tony Gonzalez resigned in 26. Yeah, April. Yeah, he resigned. I remember that. Okay, so are we going to get anything here? There it is. We got it. Steve Hilton opens up with 106,000 votes, 30%. Tom Steyer, 15. Bianco, 18. So This vote not really coming in from some super blue areas here. Let's see what happens with the market now. We've got Becerra 95, Hilton 76. So, okay, the 6 is coming in here. Kevin Kiley, 32%, who's now an independent, by the way. Some other statewide races. All right, here we go. Now it's coming in. Steyer is up to third. Hilton in first, but let's see. How does that affect the markets? Early on, this could say a lot. So Chad Bianco's at 1%, so he's totally out of it. All right, 6% of the vote in. All right, what's going to happen? Still got plenty of other action going on, though. We've got to go back to Iowa. We got to make sure that they've added now the hundredths of a digit here. It's getting that close. But according to the market, Zach Lane is heavily favored now. But Chad Bianco right now is still in double digits. Everyone else, Mad Mahan, San Jose Mayor, Matt Mahan, he's not even in the top three in his own county. That that seems a little bit odd. There was a time where it looked like Mad Mahan might be the guy to maybe make a move, but that didn't happen. Okay, can we get more than 6%? Let's see what we've got. Again, good to have everybody in here for a stream. We've been going for over 3 hours, so we're gonna go. Excuse me, we're gonna go for a little while longer. Hopefully, we get enough in here in California. Nothing here for mayor. Here's the special election. Nothing there. Okay, Toby Doden is advanced in South Dakota governor. All right, we've got a little bit more coming in. There it is, 9%. And what happened? Sarah gained more in that dump. I would assume Bianco would do well in Riverside County, where he's sheriff. Okay, you're taking off. Well, good to have you. I mean, you made it all the way this far, but it did get a little quiet in here. So, anybody has any questions lurking or comments, this is certainly the appropriate time. But yeah, good to have you in here. I'm not sure when the next stream is going to be. I anticipate not doing a stream next week or the week after. That's my guess. So I we'll see what happens. But have a good night anyway, and whenever the next one is, we'll see you there. Next week we got Maine. That's the big one. Well, actually not really anymore. But North Dakota, Nevada, South Carolina, governor, that's a big race. So 4 states next week. Then it's Alabama, DC, Georgia, the runoffs, Oklahoma. So I might not do a stream the next couple of weeks. I can't really say for sure, but I'm planning on not being able to do it. Deb Holland is so woke. I haven't heard what she said lately, but I've heard her characterized as that in the past. But I don't know. I'm not sure what voters in the middle would think about her. I haven't seen what type of campaign she's running. Yeah, after the 9th, the 16th. Yep. Pretty much every week there's action. The 23rd, the 30th. The 30th is just Colorado. Then there's a gap. So there is a gap until the end of July. But yeah, this is kind of really getting into the heart of it. New York is a big one on the 23rd. I don't know when there's going to be another stream. I don't know. I've done 5 in a row. It's hard to say. I didn't know I'd be able to do those 5, but they happened. But I banking on next week not happening. Certainly possible the week after as well, but I can't say for sure. Okay, 14%. Let's see what we've got for the market. All right, it looks like it's shaping up to be Becerra and Hilton. That's what it looked like in the polling. Kyle Langford, I don't even know who that is. 3%. They're not even on here. Feel sorry for New Mexico. The 16th is it's Alabama. It's DC, Georgia, and Oklahoma. As we come up to about 3.5 hours on the stream, waiting for some bigger counties to come in. But right now, Steve Hilton is in the lead. It doesn't matter if he is in the lead. It matters if he's in the top two. So this is kind of it. We're still waiting on other results, though. We still got to finish up Iowa. And a couple of other races, but there's a lot here in California. Again, we've been going for 3.5 hours. So appreciate everybody that's in here for this live stream. June 2nd, 2026. Steve Hilton is in the lead. Javier Becerra, second place. Tom Steyer at 18%. Any other polling? Let's see, anything drop? South Carolina, that is going to be a big race. Trump has endorsed Pamela Yvette, the lieutenant governor. Generic congressional vote, Dems up 4. That seems like they could be up a little bit more than that in some other polls. Here's Becerra up 6. And it's tied between Steyer and Hilton in this poll, Survey USA. So definitely some questions here still. But the markets are showing Becerra and Hilton. Michigan polling. How about that race? Looks like Haley Stevens is going to be the strongest candidate according to this TIPP poll over Mike Rogers in the general. Emerson had Becerra at 28, Steyer 22, Hilton 21. All right. LA County is in. Becerra is at 30. He's in the lead now. Let's see. We should get some LA mayor in then, too. And we do. Karen Bass, 38. Spencer Pratt, 28. Nithya Raman, 20. Is the market affected? Not really. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we got the LA results in. Yeah. Yeah, June 23rd, June 30th. Yeah, those are some upcoming primaries. I think the moral is cooked after the one comment she said about leaving Michigan. That was from like a month ago, right? Maybe a little more. I think she did take a dip Yeah, 1 or 2 months ago. Unless there's another comment. But yeah, she was not born in the state. I don't know if that matters, but so Haley Stevens, who looked like she was done, she's kind of rised. And is El Sayed really going to win this thing? It's totally up in the air. I'd like there to be a runoff like I would in pretty much every race so somebody doesn't win with 35% of the vote. Okay, Barack Obama elected next governor of California. Yeah, I wonder how many people actually vote for him thinking it's actually Obama. There's got to be at least one or two, right? Somebody that has no idea what's happening. 39% of the vote in. No map here on New York Times. All right. Steyer now gaining on Hilton. Bianco is under 10%. Katie Porter, remember her? A measly 5%. She just, she couldn't do it. Eric Swalwell has 10,000 votes in this race. There's Obama, 5287. But yeah, Porter really, she couldn't get it going. Iowa governor, I forgot, this is still going on. Now we're at more than 95% of the vote in. So Zach Lane, a couple counties have nothing for whatever reason. Again, I don't know why they have nothing in. All right, closing in on a third of the vote in. Steve Hilton is in third place in LA County. Um, but yeah, that Michigan Senate race, that's a good upcoming race. That's a great one. That is a real, it's really emblematic of the different dynamics for the Dems. They're going to go really left and progressive and Abdul El Sayed, or they're going to go more moderate establishment with Haley Stevens or McMorrow even. Either way, that's one where this time the Republicans are sitting back with Mike Rogers, who did just take a loss, narrow loss, but he took a loss in 24. It's hard to imagine how he could win in a less favorable environment 2 years later. But if Abdul El Sayed is too outside the mainstream, it's not impossible that Rogers could win. Definitely some upcoming interesting primaries. There's a lot more going on in the House. down ballot, like in New York. There's some going on. Is some going on here tonight here in California, but it's hard to follow all those races. Again, there's so many out there. There's only so much you can actually take a look at. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's more likely that if Rogers defeats El Sayed, I think that's kind of probably the only chance. I think against Stevens or McMorrow, then there's almost no chance. But El Sayed becomes more of a chance. But I don't know. El Sayed could still win against Rogers. This is a blue year. Dems might be looking for something else, and El Sayed might be the guy. I think it's less likely, but I'm not going to say he can't win. I've had it lean Democrat for a while now. Same with the governor's race. But let's see. Steve Hilton in Orange County, 34%. There we go. Chad Bianco is leading in his own county, 27 to 25 for Becerra. Steve Hilton, 21. You wish Becerra or Steyer or leading in Orange County? Okay. I want Becerra to win San Diego. Certainly could happen. So we're about more than a half hour now after poll closings. We got 35% in. Hopefully, we get a ton more in over the next 30 minutes because then we're going to be going for over 4 hours on a primary stream. So it's getting to be a long one, but we'll try to get a little bit more results in here. I appreciate everybody that's actually sticking around for this stream. And if you're in the stream, if anybody feels like answering this, are you watching the stream or it's just you just got the audio going and you're doing other things? And secondly, do you have other streams open? If you're sitting at a desk, do you have 4 or 5 streams open? Or is it just this stream? So kind of a two-part question, a survey for how you're consuming this stream. 41% in according to Decision Desk. Now they just want to stop counting. Yeah, let's go back here and see if anything changed. Zach Lane, less than 1% lead. Oh, here's the special election. Okay, James Gallagher with a distinct advantage here. Kevin Kiley, the independent, now in the lead. Okay, let's go back here. Got some statewide races called. Okay, now we got some more here. 42% in. Bass with a gain. Spencer Pratt now. 26. Ramen at 21. Dems need a cut on the Democratic recruitment. His race is District 6. Kevin Kiley is worrying me. Okay. You're saying you want less Democrats in here so they can at least make the runoff. Is that what you're saying? All right. Bit of a vote dump here. Steve Hilton with a bit of a gain in that one. Okay, we've got an update down here. The first batch of ballots, which consist of ballots returned by mail well before Election Day, are likely to skew Republican. Yeah, I did see that. Republican, they might have a bit of an advantage here. Election Day often stretches into election week or even election month. Yeah, that is extremely unsatisfying. So, yeah, we might not even know what happened for a long time. 4 weeks ago, 40% of the ballots cast by mail were from registered Democrats. The past week, that was over 50%. All right. Kevin Kiley will be the next president, according to TPC, the political chatter. Okay. I don't know about that. If you want to end the stream, you can. But I'm going to go at least until the top of the hour. I'm going to go for the full 4 hours because I want to see what's going on here, especially with the LA mayor. And, hey, it's a hangout. This is where community hangout. So, anybody lurking, feel free. Jump in here. Somebody could jump in with a $500 super chat out of nowhere. You want less Democrats because it makes it more risky for a Republican race, even if California redraws its map. Yeah, I think that's what I was saying you meant. I think we're on the same page on that. Well, I think I understand what you were saying. TPC is insane. He said Iowa was competitive in 24. I don't really watch a lot of these videos. That's what happened? 400 EVs was reason. I don't know. Is there satire? Is it all sensationalized just to get views, or is it like really down to earth and serious? Steve Hilton is back on top, if that means anything. Let's see what the market has. Steyer clinging to a 21%. Yeah, it's a more intimate stream, as I've said before. Yeah, it's nice when there's a lot of action going on, but yeah, I get it. It's late in the night. People have other things to do, and also, I don't know, people might not care a ton about this particular stream. But hey, good to have people in here that are a fan of the channel, fan of the stream, and there's still races going on here too. I'm not sure why this hasn't been called for New Mexico Republican governor. 76% in, 10% lead here for Greg Hall. Anyway, now this is called finally here in New Jersey. Justin Murphy, whoever that is going to be the nominee to, you know, lose to Cory Booker. You don't want to say nobody has no chance, but I mean, this is 99% chance that Booker is going to win unless there's a huge scandal. Still wide open here in South Dakota. Randy Feenstra, the Trump endorsed candidate, not looking too great here. TPC's rich white kid from Connecticut whose parents will likely send him to some private college. Okay, well, I don't know. Do you watch a ton of them? Do you? I'm always curious as to how much of other channels people watch. Do people fixate on this one? Do they watch like seven other channels and they watch like tons of content every day? Yeah, the Cory Booker. Oh, Cory Booker. I don't think Cory Booker is gonna lose that one. That's a safe D rating. Uh, let's see. Political chatter. Some of his videos. Okay, I don't know if I've even seen any. You're subscribed? I don't know if I've seen much. I don't really watch much of anybody else anymore. I mean, it's just I like doing my own thing. I hope that it stands on its own. My content. All right, no updates here. Katie Porter under 5%. That is kind of embarrassing. You watched before he went insane. So he was fine, and then Biden dropped out. I don't know what changed there. Then he predicted 319 Harris. Well, did he say that there's no way Harris can lose, or did he say, "Hey, this is going to be close, but here's my map. I've got Harris with 319." I like to cut people slack. Yeah, if they're not totally locked in. Yeah, we've all seen the videos where people are saying Harris is going to win. Even in the worst case scenario, Harris is going to win. It's like that is really bizarre to think that you thought that there was no chance Trump could win. I thought there was a chance Harris could win. A redemption arc. Okay. That's always good to hear. All right, Bernie Sanders, you're taken out. It is taking a little while, but not terrible. We've seen worse, but yeah, well, we'll see on the next one again. I don't know what it's going to be. I'm expecting to not be able to do the next couple of weeks. So a little heads up on that if that turns out to be the case. Well, got somebody new here. Deno one. Things are okay. I mean, as far as the stream goes, got a little quiet. But do I think Hilton's small lead against Becerra is a bad sign for the general? Well, first of all, only 38% of the vote in. Second of all, primary numbers, I don't put a lot of weight on them compared to the general. But third of all, I mean, this is California. I think Steve Hilton would be a clear underdog against Becerra. So I was never expecting it to be competitive. Maybe something happens. There's always an outside chance. But Hilton, I think he would lose probably by 17 points. I don't know, something like that. Maybe 17, 18, 19 points. I'm not saying it's going to be over 20, but it could be over 20 even because it is kind of a blue wave. But voters, I think maybe some of them, 3 or 4%, might be looking for a little bit of a change in leadership in the state. They could go Republican, but that's only going to get it down to like, yeah, 17, 18% margin. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a lot to be concerned about because this is a top two. It's kind of weird. A lot of vote outstanding, and any Democrat going to be pretty heavily favored in the general. But, nice to get a new comment in here. Okay, he said that the worst case scenario was Harris 303. That's crazy. I mean, I guess, I don't know. It seems like not every time, but a lot of times, the more extreme the prediction, the more indicative of the bias it is. I've seen some predictions, people saying, yeah, there's no way Harris could lose. And I guess they're just so in the tank on one side, they can't imagine a different outcome, which is weird because it was kind of a close race. Certainly, the swing states, there was enough there as Becerra regains the lead. There was enough there in the swing states to where it wasn't some slam dunk. Trump is just going to win all these states, and Hilton back on top just like that. So kind of a ping pong battle here. But yeah, it was close enough to where I could see either side winning. The popular vote made it more intriguing. Trump won that. I didn't think that would happen, but I didn't suspect the dramatic shift of Hispanic support to the right. That was probably my big underestimation, but so what? I mean, no shame in that. Nobody really predicted that much. But I think it was close enough to where I could see Harris winning it. I had a close final map, but I thought Trump would be a little bit more undercounted in the vote. But if Harris won, I would have said, okay, Not shocked. So I don't get the extreme confidence of Harris can't lose or Trump can't lose. I don't get it. People love to project confidence. So maybe deep down they know that it's not a lock, but they want to project the confidence for whatever reason. Hong is a good candidate for Wisconsin governor. She did spike up a bit there, but now she maybe not. Maybe a little bit too far for that primary. Okay, the audience is brainwashed. Are they streaming right now? All right, like to debate all sides. Channel is just a Democrat echo chamber. Yeah, it's it's nice if you get people that have mixed views politically. Some doesn't have to be a complete random grab bag, but I always found it more interesting and more realistic for people to say, no, here's at least one or two, maybe four or five things you like about the Dems, and here's one or two, maybe four or five things you like about the Republicans, and here's another three or four things that you like that don't apply to either of those parties. Sununu Republican, all right, between center left and far left, but maybe lean kind of close to center left. I wonder if Chris Sununu is going to come back and run for anything in the future. Him and Brian Kemp were those were some top recruits for the Republicans in New Hampshire and Georgia, respectively, and they didn't pan out. It seemed like they were going to go for it, but that's just kind of a hunch. And then they didn't. So that was a big loss. That was kind of the only chance Republicans had. I guess they have a small chance at knocking off those seats anyway, but not that much. All right. Looks like James Gallagher probably got this one in the bag in the House. Still waiting on South Dakota. Iowa has been called for Zach Lane. That's going to be, I guess, a stinging blow to Trump, who just endorsed Randy Feenstra. And that is kind of a big upset. That's Lane does better in Polk County, clearly. And that is an unusual looking map. It's not necessarily regional, really. If it is, it's just the center of the state, which I think I'm gonna have to take a look at this race some more and see what's going on because it could be a shakeup against Sand. So we'll see what happens there. And in Montana, it's Alani Bankhead as your nominee. And here we've got Scott Wiener in the lead. Kevin Kiley still in the lead here. %47 in. I assume this pace is going to be pretty slow because the initial vote dump from the same day. So New York Times has not called the race for Iowa governor. Hasn't happened yet. Still got action, South Dakota. Nobody's really talking about South Dakota, but that is the under the radar race. Future governor run. Oh, is that about Sununu? Uh, all right, yeah, tax rates, tax burden. That's a big deal. All right, let's see. Anything else? So Becerra pretty much a lock. Hilton right behind. Tom Steyer, he's got all the money, but it looks like he could not even secure one of the top two spots in this election. If Karen Bass does not win outright, she would be the first incumbent mayor from the city to advance to a runoff since 2005. Okay, well, that's 20 years, not it's not forever. So we are at about 4 hours now on the stream. We'll go for a bit more, but we'll probably be winding it down pretty soon because this could just take forever. But still got 11 people in here, or at least 10 other people. Decision desk called Iowa governor for Lane. Yep, saw that. All right, yeah, let's talk tax burden. Keeps the chat lively. Let's see. Do we get anything? All right, let's see. San Diego, Hilton is in the lead. So let's see. Still just kind of hanging out here as we enter the 5th hour of this stream. I wonder if New York Times is actually going to call Iowa governor here. So Randy Feenstra turns out to be a total dud. So it could be two Zachs running. We've got Zach. Oh no, Zach Walls for Senate. Yeah, he lost. Josh Turek is going to be the guy. But simple names running in Iowa. Oh, now this has been called for Greg Hall here in New Mexico. So it's going to be Deb Holland against Greg Hall. All right. So everything's kind of just stopped. And Dusty Johnson, that's another one that's disappointing. I mean, he's won statewide in the U.S. House at large district, and then he comes up third here. I think he might have been viewed maybe a little bit too moderately, something like that. Yeah, that's an interesting looking map. Okay. No one paid 90%. 50s, 80s, tax cuts closed a lot of loopholes. Yeah, still waiting here in Montana's first to see who's going to challenge Aaron Flint for the Dems. Probably Ryan Bussey, but he doesn't have a big lead at all. Um, okay, let's go back in here. Nothing. Tiny bit more here for Governor Steve Hilton. He's ahead by less than 1%. And now Matt Mahan actually is in fourth place in his own county. Okay, a couple more votes trickling in. I think they should call this race here on New York Times. It seems like it's wide enough. Enough vote is in. And what a disappointment there for Feenstra. So we'll see. This kind of shakes up the whole race against Sand. I don't know what Sand wanted. Maybe he wanted to go up against Feenstra. Okay, so it seems like we got a lot of that early vote in, and now it's gonna grind to a halt here. So hopefully over the next couple of hours everything comes in. Or not everything, but most of it. Do you think if Pratt wins, he would become the Republican Mamdani in a sense of radical changes from the status quo and hope for younger future generations in that area? I probably not because, well, if he won, see, that's the big leap because with Mamdani, it's at least from the same party. If they went to Pratt, that would be a completely different party that is so hard to imagine. So I can't really get past that part. And for Mamdani, it's supposed to be going from establishment further to more progressive. And the LA mayor's race would be going from more establishment, I guess, Democrat to Republican. That's like a bigger ideological shift, I think. And Mamdani, we'll see what happens with his popularity. Again, I think he just too recently got in there. Let's give him, a year, 1 to 2 years. Let's see what happens then. Maybe he's popular. Maybe it levels off. Maybe he sinks. We'll see what happens. But it's hard to imagine Pratt becoming some kind of a transformational figure. I think if he won, he'd have the city council against him. And it's just the idea of a Republican in some of these big blue cities is it's hard for me to really gauge the impact, but I don't think it would be some kind of a transformational figure. I can't even really imagine him winning. I know there's some hype around it, but I mean this is LA. This is not where Republicans do anything. Do you think with all the uncontested legislature races, the GOP might default make gains? They're going to make gains on the uncontested races. I need a little more information on that, but in general, I think the legislature there it's a spot where Republicans could theoretically make a small gain. You know, a seat or two, maybe one seat in the state senate, maybe a couple in the House, the lower chamber, because the state did move to the right after the 24 election. Some voters they don't like Republicans there. Most of them. There's a lot of Republicans there, but it's a bluer state. There's no question about it. But sometimes there's some frustration, and after 8 years of Newsom, a little bit of that could translate down ballot. Could be some small gains. At least that's what I would think without actually looking into it. All right, nothing in 11 minutes. So we got most of the action in here, but still only 66% in South Dakota. You think with this smaller population, they could count these votes. But a lot of these maps have light colors on them because the vote is so spread out. And yeah, how about these two? Everybody here has an N in their last name. It's four two-syllable names: Doden and Roden. Now that really rhymes. Johnson and Hanson. Those are similar too. These guys should form some kind of a quartet. Toby, Larry, and Dusty too. Let's not forget about that. And then John. Yeah, I've been wondering about how he is actually on the ballot. I've heard different things, but I thought it's nonpartisan technically, isn't it? Okay. Let's see. So we're kind of just sitting here now, playing the waiting game. And we've been going for 4 hours, 15 minutes. See if we get a little bit more here. See if the market has changed at all. Nah, not really. All right, tiny percent dumped in. Katie Porter's back over 5%. Instead of the beetles, they should be the honeybees as their state animal. Is that actually is that a thing with the honeybees there? I mean, I don't know all these little state associations, but yeah, they do have a nice ring to their name. There's a flow. Who's voting for Swalwell in this thing? 16,000 votes. Yeah, you go to some of these counties, you know how blue the state is, but look at this. The Dems can barely get 10% here, 15% between the two of them. State bug of South Dakota. Did you know that off the top of your head, or do you have to look that up? That's something I don't know unless you're absolutely from there or an aficionado of all the state facts. I think yeah, you'd have to look that one up. Yeah, they got a John in there. Let's go back through it. New Jersey, it's called. South Dakota, not called. And still not called here for Iowa. Governor for the Republicans. Scattered looking map here. Why is the incumbent governor of South Dakota losing? Well, he could still win. He looks like he might make the runoff. I don't know exactly why, but some of it might be because he just kind of fell into the position after Christy Nome left, got appointed, and that's just not exactly what people had voted for initially. And I think he's just probably not firing up his electorate in the right way. I think he's a little bit older too, not a ton, but a little bit. And that's why I thought Dusty Johnson actually might do a little bit better. He's a little bit younger, but that didn't matter. But yeah, Roden just assumed the office, and he could still win. I mean, he is the governor, so that should be worth something. But as far as specifics, I'm not sure what he's done specifically. If he's gotten anybody mad with some vetoes or some legislation, that's something to look into a little bit more. You had to remember the bug for every state in second grade in some for some reason. You remember that one in Hawaii? So those are the only 2 out of 50 you remember. That is fantastic. It came into use. Surprising Swalwell is on the ballot, especially after he disappeared. Yeah, he's on there. I guess he just after the deadline. It doesn't matter. You're on there. Yeah, Noam did bad in 18. She almost lost to Billy Sutton, if I recall correctly. She still won, and then she won by a ton in 22, and then she resigned. She could come back. I always thought she was a little bit too kind of Sarah Palin-ish, I'm going to say. A little quirky. I don't think she would have a lot of appeal. That's why I didn't think she'd do that well in a presidential primary. And I didn't think she'd be a VP pick. But she had enough success in South Dakota. U.S. rep, governor, that's success. All right, not much change here. I haven't gotten anything in 20 minutes in LA mayor. But there is a chance Christy Nome comes back and tries to run for the Senate at some point. I mean, this is all possible. Yeah, she reminds me of Palin. So yeah, we'll probably wind it down soon here because I mean this everything kind of stalled out. It's getting a little late. People have places to go. They got things to do, and we're closing in on 4.5 hours. It'd be nice to get a little bit more here over the next 5 minutes or so, but so the markets looks like Becerra and Hilton, but it's not a guarantee yet. No one versus Thune election would be insane. Like primary. I mean, I assume Thune would win, but here we go. A little bit more coming in. Lassen County, very rural. Your great, great, great grandfather was a rancher in Lassen County. Very interesting. Maybe you can make it out there still. Maybe you've still got some land or something in the family. Who knows? But that does go pretty far back. Scott Scott Wayner is going to be advancing. Okay, a little bit more now, finally, but it's not much. For mayor, Bass 36.6, Pratt 30, Ramen at 20.3, and then that's it, really. Immigrated to Lassen County during that period. President Garfield was shot, but he still hadn't died. Well, that's going really, yeah, that's going back pretty far. Hard to imagine what it was like back then. All the changes since, but a lot of interesting family stories from people from a long time ago. It's hard to believe it happened. Well, this is the only county. No, Steyer. He's leading in. He's leading in a few counties. So yeah, we're looking at a runoff probably between Steve Hilton and Javier Becerra. Again, I would, off the top of my head, without really seeing anything, I would think Becerra would win by probably 17 or 18 points. Good night for the Republicans. They get it down to 12 or 13. But that, I'm just making that up. Of course, it could be off, could be 25, 28 points for Becerra. Maybe somehow it gets under 10. But I don't think no matter what, it would be very, very shocking if somehow gets competitive enough to where it's like single digits, low single digits. People talking about maybe it flipping. That seems totally unreasonable right now. But hey, we'll see where we're at in a few months. Maybe the race changes. Of the set, excuse me, of the seven predominantly Hispanic counties, Becerra is leading in only two of them. Hilton holds the lead in the other five. Okay. I think Collins will do better now that even more stuff has come out about Planner. I think the stuff about Planner is not going to have a big effect, but a small effect is totally possible. But it's hard to gauge this far out. I do think that it's kind of a blue leaning state federally for sure. And I know I talked about this earlier in the stream, but more could come out about Plantner. But the election's not now, it's in November. So how much is it going to matter in November? Probably not much, but Collins is, everybody knows her. She's been in there forever, kind of a liability, but her her reputation is more moderate, so that's going to help her. Like she last time in 2020, she was terrible in the polling. Looked like that was an easy flip for the Dems, but she won comfortably. Doesn't mean it's going to happen this time, but I think because of Plantner's baggage, that is probably ultimately going to help Collins with some more independent leaning Republicans and Dems, because Collins needs to get some Dems. She can't lose really the Trump base. She might lose a little bit of them, but she's got to gain some independent leaning Dems. And I guess that could help her a little bit. But it's still going to be uphill climb in this environment. And Plantner seems to have enthusiasm. His voters are enthused, I guess. Nothing's stopping them. But it's just too early to say. The general election dynamics have not really shaped up yet. It's just too far out. But I'm not counting out Collins. I did have my prediction showing Plantner with a tilt rating in my prediction yesterday. So I think it's going to be competitive. I would give Dems the edge there now, but it's so close. I can't say what's going to happen in November. Is Planner a very online conversation? If voters in California or Iowa or whatever care care about Planner, I don't think they really care about him outside of the state, really. Nationally, for political pundit types, it's fun to talk about, but the average voter, I don't think cares at all about Planter if you're outside of Maine. But Planter, yeah, there's probably some online following because yeah, outside of the establishment, usually there's going to be kind of an online following once you're going against the establishment. Swalwell is the Ken Paxton of California Dems, but worse. Well, yeah, I think he's worse because Paxton, again, at least won statewide. Of course, he did get impeached and all that after, but he's got multiple statewide wins under his belt. Swalwell was untested statewide, really, and he never seemed like a great candidate to me. He didn't seem like he had any kind of personality that I think is appealing for a wide swath of voters. You meant Kerry, yeah, I figured that out. Except Swalwell isn't going to be the on the general election ballot. Well, you never know unless every other vote out there comes in for Swalwell. Maybe he surges and gets into second place. Okay, 47% in. This is pretty much stalled out. So I think we'll probably wind the stream down here now in the next few minutes. Been going for a while. And we've got probably the bulk of what we're going to get. We'll see if. Okay, a little bit more here in Iowa. Still not called, though. And South Dakota is still not called either. But yeah, there's so much going on here, and it's all taken so long to actually get all the results. So again, I'm not sure when the next stream is going to be. I'm anticipating it not happening the next couple of weeks, and I can never say for sure when it is going to happen. We've done 5 in a row though each week, so we'll see what happens. If we miss a couple of weeks, then that's what's going to happen. Your Dem friend from Maine said she would probably be voting for Collins for Senate due to the online comments, tattoo, and new stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's a few people who are going to be put off by that. The more moderate voters. I don't know how much it's going to be because, again, federally, it's a blue leaning state. All Dems have to do is get everybody that voted for Harris, if they just supported Planter, they're fine. They're totally fine. But the general is a long ways off. A lot of times there's a shakeup, but by the time the election happens, it blows over. People forget about it. Remember Jay Jones, his scandal with the violent texts? Eventually, it kind of blew over. Maybe it would have blown over anyway, but enough time went by, it wasn't a huge deal. Remember Greg Gianforte in Montana? He was had that story about him body slamming a reporter or something when he was back in the house, and that happened actually closer to the election. But because of early voting, some people couldn't change their votes, and he ended up winning. And of course, now he's a two-term governor, so people really don't care about it at this point. But everything, the timing matters a lot of times. Certainly, early voting can be a factor. If so much early voting, you don't know what's happening right before an election. Um, okay, we got the Reagan quote. Okay, well, I think this is the point where the stream is going to be concluding. I covered a ton here, a little bit outstanding. Who knows? This could take hours, it could take days. Probably try to get a video out on some summary quickly tomorrow. But I think this is going to be it. Again, if anybody has a super chat or anything at the last second, that'd be awesome. But hopefully, you enjoyed this coverage of this primary. We're going 4.5 hours, and we got a lot of results in. There's still some we're waiting on, though, in some states, possibly Iowa, but South Dakota, definitely California. We'll take one last look here at the mayor's race. Nothing. So it looks like Hilton and Becerra are going to face off. And for mayor, looks like Bass and Pratt are going to face off. And next week, again, I'm not anticipating doing a stream. I think I'd be unavailable for the next 2 weeks, actually, but we'll see what happens. And okay, Andy Ogles, well, you showed up. You got in here right at the end because we're about done, but it's all good. And thanks a bunch, Brian. Have a good night yourself. So that's going to be it. Again, everybody like, share, subscribe, join the channel, whatever you'd like to do to support it. I appreciate everybody in here. Thanks for the stream. Have a great night. We'll see you next time.